The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the August 3rd, 2023 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 o'clock a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules of this public workshop.
Thank you. This meeting is a public meeting as defined by Florida's Sunshine Law. The board has given opportunity for individuals to speak on matters of importance to the school or the school district. If anyone wishes to speak, we will have up to 5 minutes allotted for each person's comments. There will be a visual notice for you to respond to should your time expire. You'll get a 1 minute warning. I don't have my normal script in front of me, so I'm winging this, folks. But essentially, we have here the ability. There we go. All right. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct as part of its proceedings. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez-Lopez, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's work session?
The notice for the August 3rd, 2023 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on July 21st, 2023. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. We will now begin the work session with the superintendent's administrative briefing. Good morning, Dr. Gullett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Always great to see all of you. As you know, we have 3 main items on the agenda today. I want to provide a little context. The first one, you'll hear from our team and all the work that's being done to get our students ready for August 10th and the work that's happened this summer. I'm really pleased about our, without giving away all of their information. Let them do that, but really pleased about our student attendance this summer and engagement in learning and our family engagement as well. So you'll hear about that. I've been out in the field and been welcoming our departments back and our teams back, teachers, and there's great energy around welcoming our students back. We're thrilled to have new staff members and great to see everyone else return. And you'll hear as well this morning the first presentation about some of the resources being provided to our teachers this year to help them as optional items. None of them are mandated, but options so that they can focus on our core work, which is our foundational work in teaching students. Nothing replaces that. So I'm excited to talk about that this morning. Also, safety will be discussed in the safety plan. And one thing I think I want to draw your attention to this morning as you hear from Mr. McFadden, but you're also going to hear from mental health and wellness, because I think we do this better than anyone in the state of Florida in terms of making sure that we don't look at safety in isolation, safety in conjunction with mental health and wellness. And our teams work phenomenally well together because they do what's right for students. And so I'm really excited about that, and I'm really proud of the teams for their collaboration. Also want to thank our community as we look at kicking off August 10th. Our churches are an absolute present place in our schools in terms of getting our students ready for learning and supporting our staff. And so we appreciate all of our local churches for everything they're doing. That's been happening for several weeks now. I know many events will be happening this weekend as well, and I look forward to participating in some of those as we ensure that our students are supported for learning. So, and then finally the budget, last but not least, the budget, as we are committed to being good stewards of our funds for students. So, and as last reminder, board, I know that you are aware that the superintendents have a meeting this morning that was moved from Monday to today with Education Commissioner Diaz. So I will be stepping away for that call this morning as we get some final information on some items necessary for the start of the school year next week. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. So moving on to the next item on our agenda, we have the kicking off of the 2023-2024 school year.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So I'll bring up Ms. Talbert Irving and the team that's going to kick us off for what we've been doing this summer to help our students and excitement for the new year ahead. Thank you.
So good morning, Chair Campbell, members of the board, and Superintendent Gullett. The Curriculum and Instruction Department is very excited to share how we are kicking off the 22-23-24 school year. Mrs. Deb Riedel and Dr. Danielle Livingood will provide a recap of all summer school learning opportunities and how schools and departments will continue to work together to optimize student learning. We will also share information on instructional resources and support that we continue providing to our teachers, paraprofessionals, and school-based personnel. Mrs. Dobbins will provide information on transportation and facilities. We thank you for all of your support as we excitedly wait the return of our students.
Good morning, Board Chair Dr. Campbell, Dr. Gullett, and members of the board. As Ms. Talbert Irving said, we are very excited about the upcoming school year, and we're thrilled to share some results of our summer program and also some things moving into next year. So as you know, we had our Launching Learning Summer Program this year. It was 4 weeks long over the summer, from June 1st to June 29th, with our kindergarten kickstart, our little kinders coming in from July 10th to 14th. So our grand total was 6,449 students in grades pre-K through 12th grade were in attendance. That was 96 more students than last summer. So we were happy about that turnout. Kindergarten Kickstart was very popular this year. We had 407 students attend, which was 135 more students than last year. So we kind of knew early on when we had principals asking to shift instructional units, they needed another kindergarten Kickstart teacher. So we were thrilled to hear that so many families wanted to get their their 5-year-olds in just to kind of familiarize themselves with the campus and meet the people at the schools that they would be attending. So that was a good turnout to see that many families were registered that early on in the summer as well. We had 3,314 elementary students, and they attended 18 sites, with Marion Oaks, Maplewood, Bellevue, Santos, and Emerald Shores being sites for extended school year this year. We had 214 students enroll in extended school year. 58 students attended at Marion Oaks, 70 at Maplewood, 15 at Bellevue Santos, and 13 at Emerald Shores. And we also had 58 students at Hillcrest this summer. We tasked our principals with putting in some interesting, innovative programs on their campuses this year for enrichment purposes. I just want to give a shout out to Greenway Elementary, Leanne, Principal McKirchin, and Angelique Bunner, who was a teacher over there, who we presented an opportunity to them to do a project Lead the Way pilot with robotics and automation, and they jumped right on board, and Ms. McKirchin just took that and ran with it. So we appreciate that, and I had an opportunity to visit Greenway and see the kids at the end of the summer program with their culminating activity, and they were very excited because they had just built robots, and they were showing me how they were working, but they were also writing about their robots, so they had a purpose for that writing activity. So that teacher didn't only teach science for those 4 weeks, but she incorporated other subjects as well. So that was really nice to see the kids so excited. We also had a space camp out at Silver River. So again, that was another opportunity presented to the staff out there, Mr. Mitchell and Erin Benavidez, the science teacher out there. So we had students from Oakcrest. They were upcoming 5th graders. We were testing this out, and we did a space camp over there, and again, very hands-on, very engaging, and they actually used the moon maps from the Aldrin Foundation that we purchased last year. So they brought those into play as well. But the day I visited, they were finishing up a hands-on activity, and then they were taking a nature walk. They were given a purpose for that walk, and they had to find specific things. So we really just tried to ensure that we had some engaging, enriching opportunities this year. Stanton-Warsdale had 21st Century. Thanks to transportation, they routed and transported 1,613 students. That was the highest weekly average by bus to summer school this summer. And it really is incredible, and I'm going to give another shout out to transportation, but not only transportation, all of the departments, because I didn't really realize, I guess, when I stepped into this role, how well and how collaborative people in this district work. When you're planning for summer school, you have to involve transportation, you have to involve food service, you have to involve custodial services, employment services. So every department you can think of was involved in the planning of summer school. And everybody really does come together to make that puzzle fit and work together. So to transport that many students and to feed that many students and all of that, to clean school campuses and have them ready for the opening while summer school is going on, we just appreciate the work of all of the departments coming together. We had 4 sites for voluntary pre-K, which ran June 1st to July 24th, and those were Wyomina Park, Maplewood, Marion Oaks, and Bellevue. Our teachers and paraprofessionals had a training on May 31st to go over schedules, maps, rosters, emergency drills, as well as a curriculum overview. We focused mainly on English, language arts, math, and science this summer. Curriculum materials were purchased using ESSER funds and shipped directly to the schools. So we didn't have to sort anything out, so schools got their shipments in a timely manner in time to sort everything out and get delivered to teachers. Schools received a budget for consumable supplies as well, thanks to those ESSER dollars. We had a SharePoint portal set up specifically for summer school with available resources in there, and the curriculum team did a fabulous job ordering supplies, but not only that, putting those resources online for teachers so that regardless of the program you were teaching, you could go to this one-stop shop and have everything at your fingertips. So they did a really good job walking teachers through all of those resources and providing an extremely comprehensive list for materials and resources in every subject that they could draw from. We used, just to give you an example of a few things that were on that list, a building vocabulary program which targeted foundational skills in vocabulary, the Florida Center for Reading Research Materials, Read Naturally. We had best standards gap lessons available, IXL, Do the Math resources, and then we implemented a new program from Teacher Creative Materials. It's called Summer Scholars. So our third graders, we have to provide them something different. So they had that. As I was visiting school sites, I was very pleased with that program, mainly because there was a writing component. So when students were reading, they were also writing. And that is a critical piece, as we know, for students to comprehend and retain information. So I was happy to see the amount of writing the third graders were doing. Again, this wouldn't be possible without our ESSER funds, and so we were able to hire, schools were able to hire art, music, or PE. Each school site, the host and the partner school had one position each, so some schools might have had art and music, or PE and music, or PE and art. And let's see, we had breakfast and lunch were provided, and classrooms participated in recess daily. Some of the additional staff members that were on campus, because we wanted to make sure that the schools were fully supported and fully staffed for this. So we had instructional paraprofessionals, which obviously allowed us to do some enrichment, remediation, small group. We had ESOL paras, behavior techs, self-contained and inclusion teachers, school counselors, student services managers, and reading content area specialists, health clinic assistants, receptionists. So they were very well staffed. All of these things, again, would not have been possible without the ESSER funds. We know that that money isn't around forever and it's going away, but we also know that we need to continue to provide opportunities for students in the summer, aside from third grade summer reading camp. So we're working with federal programs and academic services. We're working together to take a look at what that's going to look like moving forward, because we know that we want to continue with some opportunity for students in addition to third grade moving forward. So 31, here's a little bit of third grade retention data. 301 third graders who were scheduled to be retained attended summer camp. Of those 301, 70 of those third graders were promoted for good cause to fourth grade by earning a passing score on the DPMA or the iReady diagnostic or the CUT score on STAR reading. So we just wanted to share that. So overall, we feel like the program was very successful. We have data that shows that all grade levels increased their score on the pre-post test by an average of about 2%. So coming off the heels of summer school, we turn around and we get right, it's time to jump right into our 23-24 school year. And again, that we want to set everybody up for success and make sure that our schools are fully supported, and that starts with selecting the resources for learning for our students, providing appropriate training for our teachers and administrators on those resources. And then we also know that we have to continue to follow up and continue to support. We don't just start the year and say, here are your resources, have a great year. It's constant trainings, follow-up, coaching from our department as well, to make sure that those resources are utilized the way that they are intended, and that we build capacity in our teachers so they know how to best utilize those resources. This summer, we had some new teachers participate in a boot camp earlier in July. If you had an opportunity to stop by Oakcrest over the past Monday and Tuesday, we had great beginnings for our new teachers. On Monday, it was any teacher new to Marion County, and then on Tuesday, it was our brand new teachers, less than 6 months of experience. So Monday was sort of our district overview and our goals and where we're headed. Tuesday, it was a lot of digging into the curriculum and that type of training. As you know, we also have training happening today for our elementary folks. They are receiving IXL training, and also the second half of the day is curriculum updates. So our whole curriculum team is out and about today at several campuses providing training to teachers. Any teacher who is new to kindergarten, first, or second grade, they have that full day of UFly training today. Because as you know, we are in year 2 of UFly implementation. So we need to make sure that, that our new teachers are well-versed in that program. We also provided UFly training from the folks at UF to our principals and assistant principals just a couple weeks ago at the Principal Institute. So again, it's not only selecting those resources, but ensuring that people are properly trained and that we are following up and providing that ongoing support throughout the year. We also have created, we have a 3-year plan in the curriculum department, and we are on year 2 of this plan, which last year included creating lesson plans for teachers in grades 2 through 5, but this year we created slide decks or PowerPoints to go with those lesson plans. So any teacher in grade 2 through 5, when you walk in the door, you open up the SharePoint portal and it's right there at your fingertips. It's one grade level had 117 slides, but it's the entire unit. So it's right there at their fingertips to go along with the curriculum maps. We also have lesson plans for grades kindergarten and first grade this year. Next year, our plan is to follow up with slide decks for those 2 grade levels. We are still using some of our research-based interventions like Read 180, SIPs, some of our other trainings throughout the summer that we provided that were optional. In addition to intervention training, was training on how to instruct. So we had trainings on small group differentiated instruction, how to use assessment to inform instruction, how to use technology, mental health, and wellness. So again, the Professional Leadership and Learning Department did a great job collaborating with all of these other departments to provide a comprehensive training plan for teachers as options throughout the summer. August 3rd and 4th are district professional learning days. So today, after this meeting, I'll be heading out to go check on our curriculum trainings. Silver River is going to continue field trips for K through 5. So if you didn't know, they were providing field trips for all elementary grade levels. They are, and they began that last year. It's not just 4th and 5th anymore. They have 2 full classrooms and a museum over there as well. So they do history field trips for 4th grade and science field trips for 5th grade. We will continue in our schools with grade level collaborative planning as well. And the focus at our administrative meetings, we have a professional learning plan for our administrators this year, and it outlines the month-to-month topics and the progression of how we're going to help them implement and support highly effective Tier 1 instruction on their campuses. So we started in July with our first session for administrators, which they have already started training their teachers on this, and we're very excited. Setting up those structures on your campus, structures procedurally and also structures for learning in the classroom, ensuring that all of our teachers have those structures set up in place before those students walk in the door. Yesterday, when the teachers returned, I know somebody gave a shout out to Emerald Shores and Miss Houston yesterday, because that's exactly what they were talking about on the first day back, was the importance of having that set up in the classroom. All of those trainings, the topics of those trainings are going to trickle down from principals to assistant principals. Our department is planning the first coaches meeting, and they're going to also talk about the same topics so that the leadership team on the campus is well-rounded and they all have the same focus and everyone's on the same page. And then down to our impact teacher meetings, which we're going to be starting soon as well. Let's see, we also have some innovative things happening. Again, shout out, I have to keep shouting out because whenever we present ideas to principals or whenever they present ideas to us, we really do work together to make these things happen. And so they don't shy away from anything. And Miss Johnson over at SPAR is launching her Aviation Academy. And she has 3 teachers who are going to be trained in Project Lead the Way for the Science of Flight module. We also sent curriculum support over this summer to write curriculum maps and lessons for the Aviation Academy. So getting her set up, she's doing a great job coming up with amazing, amazing ideas for the students at Spar Elementary. And then Mr. Manning, who walked into Reddick Collier, they are doing Cambridge this year with a focus on the equine industry. So we're excited about that partnership as well. And then just about some instructional materials and resources. Again, this is year 2 for our UFly program in Marion County. Year 3 for best standards in grades K through 2, and year 2 for 3 through 5. And we talked about lesson plans already. We also know that we are still working on improving our science scores. And we do have 5th grade science lesson plans available for teachers that include weekly hands-on labs right at their fingertips. We purchased STEM Scopes kits, so they have all of the materials they need for that. We also purchased this year STEM Scopes kits for grades 3 and 4 because the 5th grade statewide science assessment has skills, has 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade skills on it that are tested. So we want to make sure that we're setting up our 3rd and 4th grade teachers as well. And then we have SAVIS continuing for ELA, SAVIS My View, and then SAVIS Envision for math as well. Studies Weekly, Marion, and just a plethora of resources in elementary. So I'm going to stop there for elementary and turn it over to Dr. Livingood.
Madam Chair, if I may, as Dr. Livingood's coming forward, you can come forward. Thank you, Ms. Riedel, for the comprehensive update. UFly and SIPs were mentioned. I want to define those. I know the board knows, but for the public, the University of Florida Literacy Institute is a partnership that we've partnered with UF to provide the foundational skills in learning to read in our early grades. And based on research, and we've had great feedback on that. That was a missing piece for us in having high quality learning in those early grades of learning to read. So just want to define that for the public, and also SIPs, school improvement plans. And we do not, our school improvement plans are action steps aligned with the data, student achievement data at the schools, and they incorporate feedback from their school advisory councils and staff members to guide the work that's needed to help improve our student outcomes at schools. So just wanted to define those a bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, can we ask a question about elementary, or should we wait until the end?
Sure, let's go ahead, and if you have questions specific to any of Ms. Riedel's presentation, go ahead, Dr. James.
I just had one question. Can you repeat the retention numbers for 3rd grade?
Yes. All right, so the data, I can give you 2 things. The data I gave you was the number of students promoted for cause out of the number of third graders who were scheduled to be retained. So I'll repeat those, and then I'll give you our retention numbers for third grade. Okay. See if I can find it.
I think it was on the front.
Okay, so out of all of the third graders in the district who were scheduled to be retained, 301 of them attended the third grade. They were all invited, but 301 attended summer reading camp, and out of the 301, 70 were promoted for good cause. We currently have 428 third graders being retained this year, compared to last year, which was 583.
Okay, so the number would have been closer to 500 had we not promoted 70 through summer
Correct.
school. So my question is, and I was just doing like some quick math over here. I won't make my math joke that everybody knows now at this point, but that's a lot of third graders per school. So what is, I mean, depending, I mean, if you just take, I think with 32 elementary schools, right? So I took a 230 number, which it's now actually bigger than that. I mean, that's like 15 kids per school if you just divided them equally among the schools, which is not accurate because
Correct.
probably Madison Street doesn't have as many as another school. So that's a whole unit. So what is the plan? What did we do to accommodate that overflow, other than obviously moving a fourth grade teacher to third grade, which is the logical thing? That's still a significant more students on an elementary campus because ultimately it's a domino effect. So I'm just wondering what that looks like.
Yes. Well, when we do projections back in the spring and we project numbers, though we take into account the number of third grade retainees. And we sort of, when principals are thinking about that and looking at the number of units needed, they have that number from the previous year. So they sort of use that as a ballpark to plan to have those units so that we have enough teachers. But you're right, the number does fluctuate. So if 15 is an average, there might be 2 at one school, but another school might have 18. As I visit principals, I do ask them, how many students do you have retained? And the answers I've gotten over the past couple of weeks, 8, 4, 15. So it's sort of right there, usually between like 1 and 15 per school. So 15 is the average, that makes sense.
Okay, and that was just like quick math off
Yeah.
the top of my head.
Yeah.
But that's a lot. I mean, I know everyone knows that, and it's less than last year, so that's an improvement for sure, and I think that definitely speaks to UFly. I know at the beginning of the year, there were hesitation from some early elementary teachers who were just concerned about the pace of UFly, but after that initial hump, I haven't heard a bad thing said about UFly from anyone. So I think UFly definitely has helped that number decrease. It's still just such a significant number. So I just wanted to make sure I heard it correctly when you.
You did, yes, ma'am. And UFly, I am very, very excited to see the data this year and next year, but also the year after when we see that first group of kindergartners who were exposed to it get to third grade, because it is a long time coming. It's the first time in a long time we've had a consistent, solid phonics program across the entire district, and people are using it, and it's being done with fidelity.
Yeah, I had a kindergartner last year myself, so I got to really experience it. And I don't think I learned phonics. I only learned phonics because I taught kindergarten, and I had to teach myself phonics to teach phonics. But there were rules that she knew that I didn't even know were rules. And she would say things to me, and I would be like, sure, whatever you say, because you're the 5-year-old. I didn't even know that was a rule. So I definitely think the program is top notch and is doing what it's supposed to be doing. We're just going to have to continue to chip away at this hump in the road. But thank you for clarifying.
Ms. Conrad.
Yes, I have a couple questions too. So also really with UFly, hearing a lot of positive feedback at the end, the conclusion of the year. It was, I think, a lot of startup for a lot of teachers, a lot of unknown. And so there is buy-in in there. And my question is with our third grade retentions, Do we have any, are they getting any special curriculum? If they've been retained, and we know that they didn't get all of those UFly components, previously, do we have anything special that's going on for those kids that are being retained, that's special for their third grade instruction?
Yes, and we have to provide them with something different. They have to have something unique, that group of students. UFly does have an intervention component that we can use with third grade, but it's really going to depend on each individual student and exactly what that something different is. And that might vary by school, but we have a lot of options for them. If a school is struggling, they call the curriculum department, and we walk them through and talk them through some ideas for what they can do differently for those students. But they will get above and beyond, specific to what their needs are.
Okay, my next question is, are those third graders that are retained, are they in, I hate to use the word special, but are they in a special or separate classroom with different instruction, or they're mixed in with all other third graders?
They are mixed in, and we have to place them with a reading endorsed teacher for ELA, but they are mixed in.
Okay. All right, I did have a couple other questions. On your enrichment programs at Greenway and at Silver River, what kind of numbers did we have for that?
So we opened it up for, I think, 20 students at Silver River, and I believe, and I would have to double check, Ms. Conrad, but the day I went, they had about 10 students, and she said those were the 10 that were consistently coming, so about half. And then Greenway, she could have had up to, I want to say 18, and I would say, and I'm just guessing, and I'd have to get those exact numbers from you, she probably had about 12 students in there that day.
Okay, great. I had a couple more things. One, I wanted to say I'm really excited to hear about all of the training. That was, to me personally, it was a big missing piece here in Marion County, and many times we got new curriculum, and it just kind of got dropped in your lap right the pre-week of school. And so I just want to thank you for your work in that effort, because I, as a teacher, that is just invaluable. It's hard to start teaching and learn your new curriculum and how to get it out there and share it effectively. So I'm excited to hear that we've got so much training going on. I also wanted to say that I love the portal with all of the resources in one spot, and I hope that grows, that we can extend that beyond. Was that specific to pre-K?
Pre-K has a separate SharePoint site.
Okay, so do our regular ed teachers have access to something like that already?
The VPK?
Well, that bank of resources that they can go in and.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, all teachers have access to that.
Good, okay, that's
Dr.
fantastic.
And the ESE department, and I forgot to mention this, and this is extremely exciting to me. The ESE department added they've always had resources for their teachers, but they added a tab to the elementary SharePoint site. And so whether you are a teacher of inclusion or a modified curriculum in the gen ed or modified curriculum in self-contained or self-contained DVD, you click on your specialty. And what that team is doing right now is they're taking our lesson plans and they're making modifications. It is absolutely amazing. And so they're in the process of putting all of those resources on our page as well for teachers.
Fantastic. I was really excited to hear for summer school that we had all of our specials and paras were available. I think that's a great resource, so I was happy. Thank you for sharing that. The other thing I wanted to just share is also a shout out. The curriculum maps and the lessons that you shared with us earlier in the week, I just think it's such a wonderful resource for our teachers. I was sharing with Dr. Gullett the other day, many times it was Sunday, Saturday, it was getting all of my lesson plans ready for the week and everything combined. And I think this is a really valuable tool that I hope our teachers will be open-minded enough to, to give it a chance and try it out, because it could be extremely beneficial in getting lessons prepared and and taught as we go through all of those standards. And I did reach out after we spoke with Mr. Benvenuti about tracking some of those lessons to see how many teachers are using them, and then correlating that with some of the data as we go into the assessment piece, what the relationship is between our teachers that are using those lessons and the scores on our assessments, those teachers that aren't. And I confess to Ms. Rito, I would have been one of the teachers that would have been, I've got my own way of doing it. And so just really opening that up to share what a positive resource that could be for our teachers. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. And first, I just want to share my deep appreciation for the time and the attention and the sensitivity that the whole elementary district team is putting towards directing as many resources, time savers, time management, and support to the schools. We have a tremendous network full of expertise, and the one goal, one mission is really starting to come into view. And so I would hope, like Board Member Conrad said, that going into this year, that the schools are really starting to feel that and availing themselves of the opportunity to see how this level of support can, gosh, I almost want to say, make their jobs a little bit easier and a lot easier to make them more successful. I loved hearing about all of the dynamic hands-on opportunities. Silver River, we know, is a tremendous gem where it's just something that most places in the world don't even have. So it's nice to hear that the utilization, that we're working on that, and I hope that we can see that extend into middle school too. There's just so many opportunities for kids to be excited about learning with the hands-on. I have a question about numbers. How many students total in third grade were retained or were eligible for retention? 400 something?
128, I think.
428 who will be
428,
retained
okay.
at this point, yes.
Who will be retained. And so the ones that didn't show up are the ones I'm thinking about. And I guess my question is, what are the strategies that we were using or that we're thinking of using moving forward to really get these kids in? Because we know how important it is.
Yeah, and I can tell you that I know that a lot of the schools tasked their homeschool liaison with, I think we changed the name to that, but it was a homeschool liaison, contacting personally, and their school counselors, personally reaching out by phone to these families and doing whatever they can to get them to come. And there was transportation, so the transportation barrier was not there. But just continuing, I think, to conference with parents, show them the data, show them the need and the importance of coming to this program, because it was a lot of hours of support these students got. So just, I think the communication piece is going to be big, and communicating that to families that this is an opportunity and we really need you to take us up on this opportunity to help and support your child.
Thank you for saying that, because it's tremendously necessary. And when I sit up here and I hear about the amount of energy and the amount of money that the school board is directing towards these efforts, we have got to do everything we can to make sure that the community understands, not only, number one, are we doing this, but then there is a reciprocal effort that has got to be made if we want our schools, and we all do, want our schools to be as successful as they possibly can be, and our kids to be as successful as they possibly can be. So any innovative thinking on that part to capture that other 100 or whatever the number was that didn't come, I mean, some maybe left the area, you're going to have things like that, and I understand that. But I can almost say with authority that it's those 100 kids that we're missing that are going to continue to create the ongoing difficulties and challenges throughout their life, and certainly for us while we have them. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And then also, too, as a board, we're going to have a tremendous challenge in terms of resource allocation. The number that's in my mind is at least 12% cut when we lose our ESSER funding. And we know these programs are needed because we're not anywhere close to the level of proficiency that we want and need for kids to have. So that's going to be our challenge moving forward, is to figure out a way to keep this going, because it's amazing what is coming together here. Mm-hmm. And having worked both in the schools and at the district level, to have district folks that are so connected to the schools and so becoming so appreciated now is exactly the direction that's going to take us where we need to go. So thank you again.
I do have one other question.
Ms. Conrad.
I'm sorry. Ms. Riedel, I was just thinking when she was talking about, when Ms. Thoreau was talking about the reasons that our students don't show up, because that's a pretty big number. Do we have any data as our homeschool liaison meet with these families? What do they share is the holdup? Do we just, they're not engaged? I mean, I know what some of the answers could be. I've been there. But is there any underlying thing that we can further assist with?
I think that there are so many variables, and I can't say there's one consistent commonality as to why. Oftentimes, it's difficult to get a hold of the families. And so if I had to say off the top of my head what a barrier would be, that is definitely a barrier. But as far as specific reasons why they're choosing not to enroll or attend, I think we would have a wide range of answers to that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I did have, that kind of was my thought process, but I wanted to just ask you, in case there was something, some other piece that I personally wasn't aware of that we could assist with, because I would assume transportation would have been that biggest piece, and we've taken care of that. So,
Correct.
All right, thank you for all your work.
Vice Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, at this level, it becomes so individualized, you know, and that's where the relationships come in. And it's asking that one more question. Well, who knows this kid? Who knows this family? You know, it could be someone that we never thought of that could have that influence. Like, all right, I'll send them. You know, it's. They say there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, but I firmly believe there's tier 4 and tier 5 too.
Thank you. And I just had a couple of brief comments, really. The first one was kind of to echo what we've already heard, but kudos to the team for producing such amazing work that is going to enhance and supplement things that our already amazing teachers are doing. And those first-year new teachers right out of the gate, they have it ready to go. And it's all prepared. The slide decks are prepared specific to these standards. So even for those teachers that have been teaching for 20, 30 years, standards change. And these slide decks are specific to these standards. And so hopefully that will help folks get right out of the gate ready to go, full steam ahead. Also want to say a special kudos to the team, because there was a board member who sat here just a couple of years ago who was a strong proponent for us using our own talent. And that is something that we have done, because we do have brilliant educators in this community. Yes, they were paid for their work, but they helped create what is being done. And that was actually, there was a champion board member here that sat and wanted us to do that. And so I just wanted to give a shout out for that. The other thing for the board's information, yesterday sitting on the Florida School Board Association Advocacy Legislative Subcommittee, it's a really long title, we had a lot of conversation actually about third grade retention and what that might look like for a deregulation and or platform agenda. And one of our committee members has spoken to a legislator already, that there is a legislator that is interested in doing something specific for first grade, and that they would actually also include funding for summer schools, something for first graders. And so that is more information to come for sure. But as I think it's coming up in our very next work session to start talking about our platform initiatives, if there are things that we want to consider putting forth as a platform recommendation to say, as one of my fellow committee members said, third grade is too late. This needs to be shifted the way this is written into statute. So just something for us to think about, and would certainly appreciate feedback from the team on what your recommendations might be as to how we could recommend changing that legislation. So that's all I had for that. Thank you, Ms. Riedel. Dr. Livingood?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to share some updates from the secondary curriculum department. So Ms. Riedel shared some numbers, so I have those broken down just for secondary. So I'd like to share, this year we were able to provide, in addition to our huge credit recovery opportunities at all of our middle and high schools, we were able to offer the calculus project, which was a long time coming. So we had a successful implementation of the calculus project at 2 of our middle schools. We also had 5 middle schools take part in the We the People Summer School Acceleration. And we're excited about that, and that's going to continue into the school year, and we're expanding that to all middle schools. So I know that you all have been a big part of that implementation, and I wanted to share that because I know you're happy. We had 2,833 students that were enrolled and attended consistently summer school for grades 6 through 12. The majority of those students did attend for our credit recovery need, and they were successful. You might remember I shared a few months ago that we were beginning the implementation of Imagine Learning Edgenuity. That implementation has gone incredibly well. We closed out Edmentum at the end of May, and now we're using Edgenuity. And so our teachers were trained at the end of May, and they were able to help our students. We had 1,684 half-semester credits or units in total earned through 6th through 12th grade. The breakdown of that is middle school, they have units, they don't have credits. So in middle school, they had 408 half units earned, and in high school, they have credits, not units. High school students earned 1,009 half credits, which is a really good turnout. You think about 6 weeks, full day in the classroom. They worked hard to earn those credits, and we had a lot of positive feedback with the engaging modules provided through Imagine Learning Edgenuity. So we're excited to see that implementation continue through the school year. This was, add to what Dr. Campbell just shared, we were able this past year, we began in late October, November, as you know, we had 64 impact teachers in secondary that led the work of collaborations with their like subjects across the district. They did this in a virtual platform, and then as the spring began, they began their work with enhancing curriculum maps. And so that work was created by our own teachers that are actually in the field teaching the content, that know the standards. So we had 64 teachers that created 50 curriculum maps. That is a lot of work. And so we're very pleased with that. In addition to the existing curriculum maps, we have newly created curriculum maps this year for Spanish 3 and 4. If you've had a student that took either of those classes, you know that we did not have curriculum maps in the past. So we're excited about those opportunities. And we have English General Paper, which is a course that the majority of our seniors take in all of our traditional 7 high schools. We now have a new curriculum map for that particular course. And we have new curriculum maps for Reading Plus and Study Sync, which are 2 of our reading intervention programs. So that's going to be helpful to all of our teachers. Like you said, these are huge resources and guides. Our goal is to provide teachers with as much support as possible. So the more they have at their fingertips, or really behind the computer now, the better they're going to be with their instruction. I want to add some of the resources that are provided this year for our secondary teachers, and these are all being covered during our secondary professional development training on Friday at Westport High School. So you have approved all of these, so I just want you to know that we're excited about these, and these are finally in place, and we are training our teachers to use them this school year. We have, as I already stated, Edgenuity, but we've also expanded our PENDA science agreement. And so our teachers will be able to use that in middle school and through biology to provide extra support for our science students. As Ms. Riedel stated, we're still working on improving our science numbers, and that's all the way from elementary through biology. So that's a focus for us. We also have continued our agreement with PACBAC, which is the online writing tutor. It's part of I know we've had conversations about artificial intelligence. Well, what PACBAC does is it's actually a coaching tutor. So our students are given feedback based on their writing, based on their style. And so we're hoping that continues to help our students improve their own writing skills. It also has a grading assistant component for our teachers. So we're excited to continue that agreement with PACBAC. We have entered an agreement with Nearpod for grades K through 12th grade. Teachers in both elementary and secondary are being, each school was able to send 2 from elementary, 3 from secondary teachers to this training to train the trainers, if you will, and then those trainers will go back to the school sites and be able to provide instruction to the teachers. There's also a vocabulary component that we're excited to use this year with Nearpod. System 44 and Read 180, those are part of our reading components. I just wanted to let you know those 2 names because just for the community to know. System 44 is replacing rewards in our high schools. We have a limit of only 20 per high school, and that's usually all we need for that particular reading intervention. We also, as Kelly Brower, our coordinator for instructional materials, has shared with you and has provided lots of information. We have 11 instructional materials going before the official textbook adoption. We're still in that window for appeals, but we're excited to add those names. If you need any details about that, you can definitely ask me. I won't read you all 11 titles, but we're excited about the work that the committee did to choose these materials. And I want to finally just remind you that Friday we do have a secondary professional development day. Most of the training opportunities will take place at Westport High School. We do have CTE teachers in a different location. I know Ms. Talbot Irving has shared the invitation with you. We welcome you. Please come if you're able to do so. We will have 1,300 teachers at Westport High School entering at 8:30 on Friday. So if you're able to join us, please do so. They'll love to see you. And that is all the information I have for you this morning.
Thank you. Board, are there questions specific for Dr. Livingood in this section? Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You know, dynamic things happening in secondary as well. And as I sat here listening, I was thinking about what you shared, Chair, about retention happening earlier because, you know, otherwise it's just kind of a lie. You know, if they're not ready, they're not ready. And in my mind, it's much less of a stigma to retain them earlier than later. Anyone that's been in a 3rd grade classroom of retainees, they know exactly what path they're on, and it's a challenging one. So I would love to see that addressed sooner. And while I'm very pleased about the credit recovery options, because that's where we are right now as a district, as a transformation district, I'm really looking forward to flipping that. Credit recovery is very reactive. It's very expensive. And when it comes right down to it, we really don't get that return on investment. In terms of the numbers of kids that participate compared to the numbers of kids that should be participating. And, you know, you have to try hard to fail, really, most kids. You know, if you come to school regularly, you do your work, you turn it in, and behave yourself, chances are you're going to pass the first time around with a few outliers. And with the adults really leading more and more by example, as exemplified this morning by the work and the effort and the passion and the enthusiasm that's being put in, then again, I say, it's a reciprocal thing. And this is going to be a different year. We all feel it. And I couldn't be more excited about that. I'm looking forward to having our credit recovery expenses be a lot lower line item in the next few years. Thank you.
I'd like to say something, Ms. Thrower. I'd like to remind the community that part of our board-approved student progression plan allows for 10 days at the beginning of the school year. There's 10 days. That's important to note. For any student that has not met their 8th grade units to be promoted to high school, to return to that 8th grade base school and to earn those units. If they earn those in the credit recovery lab within those 10 days, they will be promoted and will transition to the high school. So it's incredibly important that the students take advantage of that. We, of course, have communicated that with the students and parents, but if they do that, they can start their 9th grade cohort, and you know how important that is if they can stay with that cohort year, group of students.
Yep, and I hope the community is hearing, we've always been serious, I think. We've always wanted it, but there's a difference between want and expect.
Yep, thank you.
Dr. James.
To Ms. Thrower's point, Dr. Livingood, if you could remind the community too, we have credit recovery options in all of our middle school and high schools. So precedence and opportunity for slots is given to students that are on the closer to the end of exiting that particular institution. But if we have students who are not, or who are failing a semester, they have opportunity to credit recover during the school year, right?
Yes, the rule for credit recovery is you have to have completed that semester with an F or a D to recover that unit. So if you have, let's say earth-based science, you were not successful first semester, starting in the second semester, you can recover. You can begin to work to improve your grade point average. You can recover that unit. But we also know you can score really well, you can focus and do really well that second semester, and your grade will improve. So the hope is, yes, you may have had a bad first semester, but it's not too late. Do really well your second semester, and you will have a final grade that's passing and a good grade point average.
Because in middle school, it's the final grade, it's not semesters. Is that correct? So, for instance, you can get a final grade that's a passing grade in middle school and for promotion. Rather in high school, we're going to have to grade recover semesters. Is that correct?
That's a little bit more complicated because it still depends. We know we have to, this is back to your math thing, that is all about that calculation. And so if we have, for instance, our CSMAs are 20% of a grade, our EOCs are 30% of the final grade. So then during the post-average script process, then the grades are recalculated for each semester. So that's not a clear-cut answer, but we still look at semester grades and that total calculation with the end of course exams calculated in there.
Okay, but if a parent wanted their child to do credit recovery during the school year, that would take the place of an elective course, right?
Yes, and space. It would determine if there is space, like you stated earlier, if there's space in that particular lab during the school day.
Okay, but we are providing opportunities for credit recovery during the school year.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the community.
Yes, and I would encourage any parent, if they're concerned, to advocate for your student, and I know they all do, and speak to their guidance counselor, and because schedules can be changed absolutely in January. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Conrad.
Okay, just a couple of clarifying things. When you mentioned the calculus project at the beginning, it reminded me of the accelerated math program that you shared in our session earlier. So I just wondered if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yes, I can. Ms. Riedel, do you want to join me on this? Yes, we're excited about that. I'll let Ms. Riedel begin with the third grade accelerated math, and then I'll share how we're continuing that through middle school.
So we are piloting our 3A course at Ocala Springs Elementary with one class of math students who had to meet a certain criteria to be placed in the program. And so what will happen is that group of third graders will be, the teacher will teach all of the third grade benchmarks and half of the fourth grade benchmarks. In fourth grade, the second half of the fourth grade benchmarks, and then fifth grade benchmarks. And then when they're in fifth grade, they will take middle school courses. And I'm going to have Dr. Livingood explain the reason for it. There's a really good reason to make sure these students have the proper foundation before they get to algebra. But I'm going to hand that over to her so she can explain that a little bit better.
Yeah, we're excited about this change this year. Yes, it's important for us, for those, so that fifth grade group that she mentioned, they will take sixth grade advanced math. And then when they go into sixth grade as a middle school student, they would then be enrolled in seventh grade advanced math. And that's crucial because typically what we've done, and I know Dr. Campbell is shaking her hand because this is what we've done for most of our kids, we have then moved them directly from like sixth grade advanced to algebra. And when we've done that, we have skipped the crucial standards in that seventh grade advanced math. And so this new model would, and this is an approved DOE course that they have released, that third grade accelerated math and fourth grade accelerated math. And so those sixth graders would take seventh grade advanced math. Then a seventh grader, they would be prepared to take Algebra 1 honors. Eighth graders would then go into geometry honors. And then in ninth grade, they would roll into, most of those students would go into Algebra 2 honors. And we wouldn't have that deficit of skills that we're facing right now with some of our students missing those key seventh grade standards. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to share that in our meeting because we spend a lot of time talking about credit recovery and remediation and third grade retention. And I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of this great program for enrichment that's going to be available to our students, and that also, looking at data, we found some gaps and we're fixing it. So just really thankful for that piece and the work that you're doing to find new opportunities for our students. And I did, Ms. Livingood, a clarification. When you mentioned writing tutor, what program was that you were saying is interactive and it can help, it works with the students?
Yes, Packback.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. All right, and is that just secondary or is that through elementary and secondary?
It is high school. High school. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that.
Okay, that's exciting.
It is exciting. And fun fact, the creator of Packback actually was on Shark Tank, and actually that's how they got started. So
really? That is
you can Google it, and it's quite exciting. But yes, okay. He was. They were in college when they created it.
Exciting. Very good. I also want to thank you for your invitation to come out and be with teachers as they learn new instruction tomorrow. Correct? Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
And yep. So the week's ticking along. I personally am going to be at Fordham in the morning for the VPK training, but I would like to get out there and see what you all are doing. So thank you so much for the invitation.
Yes, absolutely.
And thank you, Dr. Livingood, for your presentation in conjunction with Ms. Riedel. And thank you, Ms. Conrad, for bringing up the acceleration, because oftentimes we do kind of get in the weeds on the other side of the spectrum, but we are also doing things for those students that are on the acceleration pathway. And yes, I was shaking my head a lot. Thank you for noticing that gap as a parent of a child that went straight into Algebra 1 in 7th grade. I purposefully had both of his brothers not take that pathway. So they are taking algebra in 8th grade instead. And so I know that may shift things, but they weren't in third grade when they had the opportunity to do this acceleration. So, but I purposefully, because I've seen the gaps that has occurred as he's continued to progress, and I'm not trying to call my kids out, but nevertheless, thank you so much for that and all the work that has been done. You guys are doing amazing work. The thing that I always also, going back to the back spectrum of those students that are behind, whether it might be needing to have intensive reading or intensive math or whatever that looks like, the thing that I struggle with the most is those students also, when they have to take that extra class or extra credit or credit recovery, they're missing out on those specials and those electives that could honestly help gear them towards what they might want to do with their life or what they want to do in their civic engagement or whatever that might look like. And that's the thing that I struggle with the most. So anything we're able to do to try to get them early so they're not in that phase once they reach secondary, I am all for. So thank you for your hard work on what's being done with that.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
Absolutely.
We're with you.
I see Ms. Dobbins up next. I think, Ms. Dobbins, are you next in line? Welcome.
I am. Good morning. So before we shift to the operational work this summer, I just want to say hats off to our academic side of really all the work they do from behind the scenes, from my lens. They're doing some incredible programs, incredible work, and I just want to say hats off to them. Also, I want to highlight something that Ms. Riedel spoke about, and that's collaboration. So, as you are aware, our summer programs are funded by the ESSER dollars, and it allows us to do a robust summer program, which we didn't have prior to those funding sources. With that said, because we have more students and teachers and staff on our campuses, it does pose a challenge for operations to complete all the work they need to complete over the summer. However, it's made possible because of the collaboration we have behind the scenes with the academic groups to make sure that we're working together to give the students the academics, but behind the scenes do the operations that we need to do. So our operations departments have been working extremely hard to prepare our schools for this exciting new school year. Our first department that we're going to speak of, I'm going to ask Ms. Becky Rohrer to come to the podium. Ms. Becky Rohrer has provided 41 years of service in the transportation department, and I applaud her work, and once she provides the transportation update, I'll wrap back around and talk about custodial, grounds, maintenance, and also facilities updates. So, Ms. Rohrer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We want to share with you from the Transportation Department, first, some of the things that we've done over the summer and how we utilize the 4 PD days to educate, retrain, and provide some critical information to our staff. I first want to give a shout out and a great thank you to some principals who opened up their doors and allowed us to use their facilities, because if you visualize my large group within my department, that's one of the struggles that we have, where to house them, how to break them down and divide and provide the same level of training, refresher courses. So that's my struggle. So a shout out to, just to name a few, that with the immediate 4-day PD with Forest High School, they allowed us to use their auditorium for the orientation that we had just on the 1st, and that allowed me to get all my group in there comfortably and then have that successful opening, which is a required DOE rule that we have an 8-hour in-service prior to the opening of school. And then North Marion High School opened up various parts of their campus that we could rotate and have training on. Vanguard High School did the same. And then we had a group that participated in the youth mental health first aid training over at MTC, and great kudos to the mental health and wellness team for including and getting our folks caught up on that. Some of the exercises that we work with, and we had a visitor out, Ms. Thrower, thank you so much. We secured her in a few equipments out at Vanguard High School. So they got the refresher courses, put hands on all of the equipment and security belts that we utilize with our special needs population. It included wheelchairs, booster seats, safety security belts. We also went through in the gymnasium, they talked about avoiding power struggles when you're working as a team on the bus and working as a team with the deans. Sometimes we get caught up in that. So we talked through some challenges, worked on some scenarios that was provided, and then building positive relationships and setting clear expectations. We had a group to come out and work with us, and that was a rotating group there. And then on day 2, we were at North Marion High School, and great thank you to Marion County Fire and Rescue Group. They came out and provided CPR, first aid training, and they also did some bus evacuations, talking about and working through how to quickly evacuate those buses with the large group of students in the quickest time possible. Risk management came out and ran a class to work with our people. She shared some scenarios as well, and they talked together and worked through those, and also talked a lot about the importance of completing the different and various forms that we use, accident reports, incident reports, how critical it is to make sure that we cross all our T's and dot our I's. So those were very exciting and great exercises performed there. And we also worked with the fire extinguishers, how to remove them. The fire department set a few contained flames that they were able to utilize the different types of fire extinguishers and put hands on there. Then we had Safe Schools that came out and supported our group and provided a lot of good conversation related around the safety of students. Being that watchful eye. Remember, we're out very early in the morning and we're out very late in the evening, so my group see a lot. So you see something, you say something. How to avoid people getting on your bus who shouldn't get on your bus. So those were very good conversations. And then had the member from the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. That was a rotating class that the group was able to take part in and learn a lot of techniques, bring back to memory some of the refresher things that, because they're not transporting the same group of students each year, just getting those refresher courses, because what they're doing today, they're out in the zones and they're selecting their routes for the beginning of the 23-24 school year. So, and we do that by seniority order, and sometimes your route may be taken what you had last year. So you get a different group of children. What I focus on when we're training and educating is making sure that everyone in the group get the same training, have an opportunity to work with all of the equipments that we have, because when they select their route, they don't know what group of children they may get, what school they may be participating with. So the training is equal and is shared for all to have that equal knowledge and training, and then they can fluently move about throughout transportation and select and transport safely any group of children. So now what I would like to do is introduce to you the interim supervisor for transportation, and he's going to share some data related to the opening of the 23-24 school year, Mr. Eric Ostanik.
Good morning. A few numbers to talk about for transportation as we open up the school year. We're going to have 254 routes this year. That's 16 more than last year. And that's due to some of the rezoning that's happened, the time change at Lake Weir Middle School, Acceleration Academy, and some of the programs here at MTI that are occurring. So there are, the numbers have gone up a little bit. Currently, we have 236 bus drivers. That's 27 vacancies. We do have 18 drivers in the pipeline at various stages that we're trying to get through in the hiring process. So there are some coming. We are going to need more. So we're working on that. This leaves us roughly about 10 drivers short to start the school year once we get those drivers through. And we do have a few that are out on FMLA also. Currently, we have 132 bus aid routes, and we have 134 bus aids. So we are covered in the aid category currently. We just had 3 more that came through the process and were cleared yesterday, so that got our numbers on the right side there. I think we have 138 total bus aid positions that we try to keep filled. And with that, I think that's our numbers moving forward for this school year as far as employee numbers and where we need to be at. I think we do have one zone coordinator that has retired that we're hoping to get that position filled as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Board, are there questions about transportation? We'll start with Dr. James.
So what I hear with those numbers you shared is that we're gonna have 10 double routes on the first day of school at minimum, right? Does that sound accurate?
That's correct, and we will be able to minimize some of those because I have office staffs that are certified to drive, and they will, as we've done in the past, be pushed out to help us with to alleviate some of those late routes.
So what is the process for determining which routes are gonna get doubled?
It depends on the length of the route and what school it's serving. So once all of the bidding is completed today, then we'll sit this evening and again, first thing in the morning, and take a look at where our vacancies are. What can we absorb with the existing routes? And then those that are really long or they're double or they're triple tier, that's where I would push the office staff out to those routes.
So I just want to, for the community who's listening, so on the first day of school, do you have enough staff within your organization to push out that there will be a bus driver for every route?
No.
Okay. So there will be some level of double routes on the first day of school?
That's correct.
So how many students should we expect are going to be late to school due to a double route on the first day of school?
Again, that would depend on what routes are vacant. So when they complete and we see where our vacancy are, we could give a good number on that. But we will also notify the community as well as the schools what routes will be coming in and give an approximate time of the tardiness of them.
Okay, I would, if the board could also, at least me, get that information in the communities so that we can at least be prepared to if we hear those concerns from the community, we can be, at least informed of what's going on. That would be great. I know that you guys are working diligently to get people through, and if anyone has a CDL and wants to be a bus driver, we're hiring.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Perhaps, Ms. Aurora, after you do the work today and Monday, perhaps in Tuesday evening's board meeting when Dr. Gullett has her board or her comments, perhaps she can put that a part of a briefing just to give us an update on that. That would be helpful.
Yes, we will.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Conrad.
Yes, I just want to thank you first for the work that you're doing. There are so many things that you mentioned in the training piece with your employees and your drivers that I just haven't thought of. And so it's such a huge task. And I hope that the community understands all the effort that goes into safely getting our children to school and back from school. So thank you all for your work in that area. And I'm excited about our new code of conduct bus rules. I hope that helps. I hope it eases the burden on our drivers getting our students to school and back from school. I did have a question about determining bus routes. When you determine those, I know last year in visiting with different principals, there are some routes that are much more difficult than others, just because maybe the area or the group of kids that they pick up. And so were those broken up into separate routes or divided all so that we can ease the burden of some of our bus drivers?
Yes, we always take note throughout the year, and if it's something we can rearrange at that time, we do that. But when it's not, then we have revisited those over the summer and rerouted, and so they will notice the changes there.
Okay. And I know you've got 132 bus aids. Are those only for our special needs buses, or can they be on a bus where maybe there's a little more attention, kids that are together all day long and, they tend to get into trouble on the bus. Do we put bus aids on those types of buses, or are they specifically for special needs?
So we first make sure that we cover where the special needs are required, driven by the IEP, and then we utilize them on those difficult and tough routes.
Okay.
And we rotate them as needed.
Okay, perfect. How many special needs buses do we have?
We have 100 and, what was it, 20?
132 routes.
Routes.
Yep.
132.
Okay, so really all of those bus aids are used for,
Until we hire up to that 138. We still have some vacancies where we can fill.
okay, all right. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you, and welcome aboard, Mr. Ostanek.
Thank you, Mr. Rohr.
And Ms. Rora, 41 years. A lot of those years, I feel like we've worked together on a lot of different initiatives and problem solving with students, and I just wanted to share my personal appreciation to you for your commitment to kids and just always being willing to attend any meeting, finding a way to free up your schedule, and just being such a wonderful collaborator on behalf of those individual kids that can be such a challenge to problem solve. I'm going to miss you for that.
Thank you.
And with that being said, I feel like there's so much potential that has already been laid for transportation, and it's going to be a breakout year for you guys too. We are all connected, and I guess I wanted to start by asking, in terms of collaboration, has there been any action on the radio, the frequency partnership with the county? I guess this is more of a safety question, and maybe Mr. McFadden will have an answer for that one. Sorry, it was the first one I saw with the hieroglyphics. I'm trying to interpret my own.
And Mr. McFadden may give you more information on it, but I can tell you the work has begun. We've gotten a visit from the folks on the communication, getting a count of the number of buses that our needs are, and then the handheld. So that is in the works, and we had a visit, I believe it was last week. We've been collaborating with the team there, and they're working on that.
That's really good to hear, because isolation is definitely not preferable. We know how isolated our roads can be, especially very early in the morning, and when there is an emergency situation, to have the most up-to-date and the quickest way to communicate just is so important. So if there's anything, as a board member that I or we can do to help expedite the importance of that. About how many kids are we expecting to ride the bus this year? Rough estimate.
We have registered right at 20, was it 30, 42, 34 plus, 34,000 plus. It depends on, the registered children may not actually ride, so we will need to see. And those loads are pretty heavy, and that too drove the number of buses that we need up. So with the ridership for what we saw last year has increased for the upcoming school year. They are coming back in droves. And then the housing that are going up in the southwest end of the county is another very concerning factor for service in the schools in that area. We've seen a great increase.
Yes, ma'am, and you think of 34,000 students and the ability to have a positive impact on such a huge piece of our student population. That's where transportation is just a critical foundational piece to our success. And so again, I thank you for everything that you're doing. My next question is, what do you see as the biggest barrier still to being able to not only hire, but retain bus drivers?
So of course, folks are building retirement, so they're chasing the higher dollar per hour to make sure they secure a future. So we see people leaving for those reasons. But the only other barrier that we've experienced even just recently is it takes so much longer to get the bus drivers through, especially if they don't have any of the credentials needed by federal and state law to get them through, keeping them committed to doing their part of what they need to do on their own for us to bring them in. And then we have been working with ESD to where we can expedite getting them through that process. But a lot of it depends on the applicant, the candidate that's coming through to finish certain pieces before we can get them into the class and behind the wheel.
Great, and hopefully there's things that can be done, in that arena to streamline and expedite and maintain all of the standards that we know we need to have. Where does student behavior fall into retaining drivers?
That's a big piece, especially if you're hiring someone who has not worked with a large group of children, and then not only a large group, but then work with them behind you while you're driving. But we have been collaborating and working with schools where we have the most severe behavior problems, and they've been really work well with us, especially at Horizon and at Liberty, Lake Weir Middle, to name a few. When we identify the problems, when we see the concern from our drivers and aides, then we reach out to the administrative staff and we talk about how we can work through that, what we need to do to address it. And sometimes it boils down to one or two specific buses that we have to bring those children in to the cafeteria or to the auditorium, whatever we set aside, and have some serious conversations, and then we reach out to the parents. It could be the AP or my team member. We have sent out sky alerts to parents just to tell them how severe the behavior has come and solicit their help, and we want them a part of that team to correct some of the problems.
Absolutely, thank you, and it was a pleasure to work with you on a little behavior blip we had at Oakcrest last year, and it took that collaboration, but it was quick, and the turnaround was amazing, and so it's fun, when it works out like that. And I ask because I know a tremendous amount of work went into updating our code of student conduct, and it certainly sounds to me like transportation was a big part of that conversation. And my comments earlier, extend to the bus, as I'm sure the rest of the boards do too, that, we simply don't have the time or the money to continue to react to all of these issues. We've got to get the script flipped to understanding that if you're going to be one of the 34,000 that is eligible to ride the bus, there's expectations, and we're all in to support you, but we're also all in for making sure that that does happen.
And I want to thank the team that worked on that, on the student code of conduct, the elementary and the secondary, because that was a discussion, and I read through a lot of that on August 1 in the orientation, and the applaud was enormous. They love to hear that. Just some of the changes, one of the very significant changes that they heard and they were very grateful for was where it mentions that the bus driver is in charge of the bus and the students. They changed that to say the bus driver and the bus aide is in charge. And so it's important to make sure your team members know that they're important in what they do as well. So that often had conflict when the bus aides don't hear that they're included in some of the language. So they were very grateful for that. And then a few other things where they mentioned, when they're talking about the classroom or on the school grounds, and it mentioned transportation and the bus. So now they feel a part of MCPS team when they hear those things and read it in the language. And so they're excited to get out there and share that with the students.
That's great, and I think it'll really help the parents too with their understanding that, the behaviors start at the bus stop. The required, expected, positive behaviors start at the bus stop for everybody, and the adults leading, by the example. That's what brings us all together. And lastly, I just wanted to say I'm so excited that you were able to pull off that very valuable training at the end of the school year and have such great participation. And I think maybe there was even some lunch provided. I heard talk about it. Did it really happen?
Yes, so Pasta Fair, thank you. They provided lunch for the team, and that went off wonderful. And I must not forget to give a great big thank you to Julie Moore. She did a lot of the groundwork and the collaboration to get a lot of the speakers there, and make sure everything is lined up so we can set up. So thank you, Julie Moore, and all of the presenters that came out. It took a lot, and it was in a very short period of time, but it happened. It came through. It was successful, and I know that the staff is grateful.
Absolutely, and thank you again.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rohrer. I know it's already been said, but we certainly appreciate all the work that you and your team have put in. And welcome to the team, not to Marion County Public Schools, but welcome to the team, Mr. Stanek. So we're just grateful for all the work that transportation's putting in. I don't like to hear that we're 10 drivers short, but I also know that we're in a much better position than we have been in years past, and in a much better position than other districts are right now. And so I appreciate and applaud all that you all have done, and anything that we can do to help support the other side. I know you're saying that it's the individual driver's responsibility a lot of times to get things done, but if there's anything we can do or any creative ideas that we could have from, non-monetary incentives or something that we could do to help speed that process up or expedite it, I'm in favor of at least having the conversation. So whatever creativity that you all can come up with, that we could try to encourage those folks to do their part so we can get them through the process and get them behind the bus, get them behind the wheel, all in favor of making that happen. So.
Yes, and I like to say to any of the candidates out there that are listening, and you are candidates, come join our team, and don't let not having the use of a computer be a barrier, because we invite them to come to our location, and we have 10 stations out there that they can utilize the computer to finish some of the tasks that are required to join our team.
Perfect. Yes, Vice Chair.
That's a great point, Ms. Rohrer. Aren't there also some kiosks around town, or maybe I'm thinking of a different initiative?
I know when they did the home time hiring, they had kiosks at those locations. So when we do the home time hiring, we will have, if not kiosks, we will have laptops. When we do the bus blitz at various schools, and thank you to the high schools and middle schools that let us come upon their campus to perform those, we always have the equipment you need, and we will help you get through the application process.
Awesome. Does Howard Academy have some computers? And if you don't have to answer that question, but if they don't, maybe they could.
That I'm not sure of.
Yeah, to be able to do some of that stuff.
Terrific. Well, knowing that it's possible, based on the numbers of registered students that you have, that 75% of our students might funnel through transportation, it's a pretty large number. And so just so grateful for your effort in ensuring that our students arrive on time. Thank you. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just want to point out the collaboration and the help that we're receiving from other departments for transportation. So each year, transportation reaches out to the various departments and solicit volunteers to come down to transportation and help with all the phone calls that take place the first 2 weeks of schools. So we have currently put out that solicitation and receiving the help from other departments. Also, a big shout out to our Safe Schools Department. So Mr. McFadden and his team help supports us on the day one for student transportation, and they go out to our bus stops that have 50 or more students, and they actually help armband those students before the bus ever arrives. Also, Ms. Thoreau, you mentioned the radios and so forth. Mr. McFadden has been working very hard and has a great plan for our district, and I'm sure he'll highlight that in his presentation. So moving on, and I'll move on quickly because I could probably stand here for the rest of the day and talk about the accomplishments of our various operational departments. So I went through several pages of accomplishments and really got down to the nuts and bolts. So let's first talk about facilities, which is led by our supervisor, Robert Knight. So they have finished their completion of all of our fire and safety inspections and our lead pipe water testing at all school sites. I want to mention we only have one inspector, and he's been with us over 30 years. He starts his day at 2:30 a.m., inspecting rooms, classrooms, buildings, and he does that to avoid interrupting the instructional day. Also, we have completed on the construction side various major roofing, HVAC, and electrical projects, and we are excited about our new construction for the 2 elementary schools, the data center, and also the classroom wings that are coming. We are currently in the selection process for the architects and the contractors, and last week we visited 4 prototype elementary schools to take a look at those designs. You'll see some board action items that are forthcoming soon that will be involving those new construction projects. Next, our custodial crews, under the leadership of our coordinator, Carrie Cook, has completed all the summer deep cleaning at all 50 school sites. Our leadership has provided 10 sessions of training to new employees. And also, I just want to thank our HR department, as their recruiting events have led to only 7 openings at this time in custodial services, but we have 80 potential applicants to choose from. Also want to highlight that our custodial crews and our maintenance crews cover over 7.1 million square feet of building to clean or maintain. Moving on to our grounds crew, which is led by John Chafin. They have mowed over 1,600 acres multiple times this summer in the Florida heat. On top of that, they have laid sod, mulched, trimmed trees, tilled and leveled athletic fields, and picked up tons of debris and trash piles. They fertilized and sprayed all district sport facilities. With all that said, I picked up the phone after a principal called me on a Wednesday who was frantic because their elevator wasn't working and the parts weren't available for another 2 weeks. The school was Horizon Academy, and as you know, they were part of the rezoning, so there was a lot of furniture to be moved upstairs. So I reached out to John Chafin and say, hey, for those that don't know, our grounds crew are the movers of our district, led in collaboration with Amelia Bray in the warehouse and her drivers. But he had a crew out there on a Friday, and in 6 hours they moved tons of furniture so that school was ready for the teachers to return yesterday. So just applaud them for rising to the occasion. Lastly, our technical service crews, under the leadership of our supervisor, Sean Duncan. They did, I hope you take the time and make it out to Bellevue High School. So they redid the entire flooring, both carpeting and VCT campus-wide. They also did renovations and installed a reception desk in the front office. If you'll recall, we had a leak at the last year that damaged that area, and they were able to make those repairs over the summer. They have cleaned and provided routine maintenance to over 3,800 HVAC units, 37 emergency generators, and all the cooling towers and chillers in our district. They have installed doors, patched water basins, replaced backflow valves, coils on chillers, heat pumps, ducts, EMS controls, and many more maintenance projects. They also continue to provide fencing and door buzzer upgrades for school security. Our crews continue to work overtime to have portables ready. They completed 11 portable moves and installs from within the district, so those were portables we moved from other locations internally. But as the board knows, we did contract with a leasing company for 18 portables at 5 different schools. Our crews had laid all the preparation work to receive those 18 portables. However, the leasing company, due to delays in weather, or knowing that this company is also installing portables across the state of Florida, were not able to install the portables in time for our crews to finish the hookup. However, we stand ready. As soon as one portable is done, our crews are there and will continue to be there throughout the weekends to come to install the electrical, lay the ramps and the concrete for walkways, and also install the fire alarms and so forth. All in all, our dedicated and hardworking crews and technical services completed almost 3,000 work orders in 2 months' time. Yesterday, with the return of teachers, we added 135 work orders in 1 day. I would like to commend all of our operating staff for their exceptional work in preparing for the exciting new year. We are the behind the scenes, underground Disney, and we take pride in providing a positive and safe learning environment, the structures our teachers need to perform the magic that they do in teaching our wonderful students. And with that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dobbins. Who wants to start? Vice Chair?
I'll just say it's all about the network.
Yep.
Firing on all cylinders. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Conrad?
I just had one clarifying question.
Okay, Dr. James.
The AC work at North Marion Middle is complete?
It is being completed. So it will not interfere with the return of teachers. Our students and our custodials are coming behind them very rapidly to clean those areas that they still continue to work in. So we had a delay in receiving some of the materials, so we're running on temporary HVAC support right now. Once the materials finish coming in, we'll complete that job. We'll complete it around, in other words, in the evenings and on the weekends, as we don't want to interrupt with the regular day.
Do you know when it should be completed?
I will get an update on the delivery of the materials and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Dobbins, and to all that are a part of the operations staff, because like you said, it kind of operates as that underground Disney that nobody sees behind the scenes, but it's such important and imperative work. I did want to ask, since you mentioned work orders, how is our electronic work order system working, and is that something that is proving beneficial?
Yes, so it's funny you asked that. I was asking the same questions and exploring those things. So it is working beautifully as far as the software is intended to work. We are seeing increased response times, and as we learn the system, meaning the end users learn the system even more, we expect to be able to accomplish more things quicker. But our volume of work exceeds the number of staff that we have. So those folks work hard in the heat, in the cold, in the rain, just to get the job done, whether they're, our grounds crew, custodial, or maintenance. So yes, it's working very well. We get positive feedback from the secretaries at schools on how easy it is to use it. And as you know, we've saved a lot of trees.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dobbins. And if there's no further board comment, I believe that concludes item 3.1 for us, Ms. Talbert Irving. Okay, terrific. And so is there any public comment on this particular item of starting school? Seeing and hearing none. Board, I would like to ask that we take a 5-minute break, if possible. So we will reconvene, we'll reconvene at 11 a.m. Or excuse me, not 11, excuse me, at 10:50 a.m. We'll reconvene at 10:50 a.m. Recess. coming back in out of recess at 10:51 a.m. Board, just a quick conversation before Mr. McFadden begins, because we have his presentation followed by potentially a lengthy conversation about the budget. How do you feel about us having a 30-minute break after Mr. McFadden? I can go either way, but we'll...
I'm cool. I guess I would like to know, Ms. Boston Ellis, do you have, if you just talked and we did not ask any questions, how long would your presentation take? 90 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
And we want a break.
Okay.
I would say then it would be appropriate for everyone to get 30 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so then following Mr. McFadden, we have consensus that we'll take a 30-minute recess, and then coming back with Ms. Boston Ellis following that. Okay, just to get everybody on the same page so we all know what's happening. Ms. Talbert Irving, would you like to introduce this next item, 4.1, please?
Absolutely. At this time, we'd like to bring Mr. McFadden up, the Executive Director of Safety and Security. A while back, the superintendent charged Mr. McFadden with putting together a school safety and security plan committee, and they've been working very hard, and at this time, we'll turn it over to him to give us the update.
Good morning, and thank you. Don't know if y'all know it or not, but we've got a lot going on. Yeah, we got a lot going on. A lot of good things are going on, and like Ms. Talbert stated, the School Safety and Security Plan Committee, this is your update. But before we get into that, I want to touch on the transportation and the radio communication question that was asked. Yes, we are working with the county. County is working very hard. They have upgraded their radio system, their tower system, to allow better communication to their first responders, you know, our law enforcement, fire personnel, as well as other entities around the county. And one of the things they wanted to do was bring us on board, because unfortunately we're the only entity really in the county that is not on this 800 megahertz system, and bringing the Marion County School Board on board will benefit us in the form of ensuring that our bus drivers have better communication. And we're looking at purchasing bus radios, mobile radios, to be put in the buses for our bus drivers, because when they're out in those outlying areas, it is very hard to communicate. And now if an emergency occurs, they have to call, the bus driver calls their transportation hub, the main compound, and then that person relays the message to law enforcement if there's an emergency. This process of installing radios in the buses will give our bus drivers direct communication to law enforcement and fire and medical services in the event of an emergency. So we're working hard to get that done. There'll be more talk about it as we move forward. It's been discussed with Dr. Gullett. She is aware of what's going on, and we'll have further discussions about this particular topic in Executive Cabinet on Monday. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Like everybody else, it is absolutely amazing the amount of work that's being done and the collaboration between the different departments. And as we get ready, as we all know, everything is about achieve 2026 goals. And our goal number 2 is safe and positive learning and working environment. We are in a good place. I really want to say that in 2017, when I first got hired here, we were, from a security standpoint, we were struggling, but with a lot of work, a lot of a commitment by the board, by the administration, under the leadership of Dr. Gullett, we are in a good place to where I can truly say that we are, like she mentioned earlier, in a better place than most people in the state. And our goal, security, just don't stop with goal 2. We can touch on every one of these goals in here. For instance, goal 1, when it comes to education, we work closely with Ms. Talbot Irvin and her team. Goal 3, Ms. Morant and that team, they have helped us do a hiring process that I thought that I was going to pull a little bit of hair out of my head that I don't have, but they made it so professional and so seamless. I was making phone calls and emails, and they were telling me they already got it taken care of, the job descriptions. Just absolutely amazing, the work that they're doing over there. And then we have, obviously, the big support from Ms. Boston Ellis and her team from a financial or fiscal standpoint, making sure we have the necessary funding to get all of these projects done. And then finally, we're able to get out in the community now and share with the community what we're doing from a safe school standpoint. So again, there's credit to Ms. Lauren Debick in that department. Again, you know, Mr. Christian here and his team is helping us to put together the videos. It's just an amazing partnership that's going on in Marion County Public Schools that we all should be proud of at this time. So, starting into this year, Public Safety Act, all of this just started with a horrific incident in 2018. We all know about the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. A lot of these laws that were put in place, or most of them, were put in place as a result of this here. But each year, the legislation come in and they provide some updates and some mandates to some new laws that we have to comply with. So the first thing in House Bill 543, we're moving from a threat assessment model to a Florida threat management model. Florida is creating its only its own threat management model to get away from a model that was used basically nationwide, and it was hard to get people trained. It just didn't really meet the needs and the standards that we're looking for in the state of Florida. So the state of Florida is developing their own model, and with that model being created, they have required us to hire what we call a threat management coordinator. And we went down to a conference, myself, a couple of people from my team, actually Miss Tabitha Irvin was there, Dr. Gullett was there, as well as Miss Yvette in Mental Health and Wellness, and Amanda Steckman. We were all there. And one of the things that they told us and we realized is that Marion County is considered a large district, to be considered a large district. And what they recommended is that, number one, you got to have a threat management coordinator, but they did not recommend that this position be intertwined with any other position, because the amount of threats that we receive on a daily basis, this person, the threat management coordinator, is going to be required to be dedicated strictly to threat management. The position requires coordinating, training, and facilitating the Florida-specific threat management model at the public and charter schools. So everybody that's on that threat management team, this individual is going to have to train them, and they've given us a deadline of basically December 31st. It has to be done by then. And we haven't took the training yet because the state hadn't completed the curriculum. So as soon as they finish the curriculum, we get folks hired on. Our threat management coordinator should come before you at that position, August 8th board meeting, and once he gets approved and gets hired on, he will actually start training the 22nd and the 22nd to the 25th of this month. And again, as soon as he gets trained and gets settled in, then he's got to start teaching all of these here school-based staff, and that's roughly 300 people that he's got to train, or we have to train. Again, this person will work closely with mental health and wellness department. I say this all the time, and I don't say it because they're in the room. When we go to conferences and we talk to other districts, we are way ahead when it comes to our mental health and wellness department compared to other districts. We are just light speeds ahead. When the mandate came down that they had to conduct training to get everybody trained, and the youth mental health and all these other trainings, they hit the ground running. They just done it. There was no complaining. And as a matter of fact, I think it's safe to say that they have trained the SROs this past couple of weeks ago, and some mandated training that they have to have. And again, once you talk to other districts, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it, and just crunching for time. But our folks just say, you know what, it's got to be done, and they get it done. We make it happen. So one of the other changes that was made in House Bill 543 is the Guardian Program. Not really a whole lot of changes for us. They really just changed the name from Coach Aaron Feist Guardian Program. It is now referred to as the Chris Hickson, Coach Aaron Feist, and Coach Scott Bagel Guardian Program. And that was to honor the 3 Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School staff who died protecting their students. The sheriff is still tasked with assisting districts and school boards and making sure these folks are trained, but now they've opened this here up to private schools, and private schools are now allowed to send people through the sheriff's office guardian program and have an armed person on their campuses, okay? So another requirement is districts and charter schools receiving the funds must report to the Florida Department of Education's Office Safe Schools by December 31st, 2023. So basically, we have to create a wish list. Everything that we think that we want, we have to give them a list of that. And they actually send us a spreadsheet, and we go through it. It takes my team and I, several weeks to put this together, but we have to have that to the Office of Safe Schools by December 31st, showing them basically a wish list. And that means this could be anything from bollards that goes in front of the schools, the big, if you imagine Target, where they have the big round balls in front of Target or the big steel poles, those are what they call bollards. From that, fencing, door buzzers, cameras, you name it, any type of security measure, if it's something that we would want in the future, we don't have, they want us to give a list and a cost associated with it and how much it will cost. So again, we're doing good compared to some other districts. And I would say collectively, we're at a good point, keeping our students and our staff safe. We have a team. The Safe Schools Department consists of myself, 3 school security specialists, and we're going to add some coordinators. These folks do a wonderful job, and when I tell you with this Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, which again, we'll talk about that more when we come before you back in our September, they take the time to go over the needs for every single school in the district. Not only do we do the schools, but we also do auxiliary offices, ancillary offices such as the main, the bus compound or the fiddlers, whatever it is. We have to go through every building that we have and give some type of security plan designed for each one of them, which is very unique, okay? We keep a priority list of schools that we have to put school hardening measures in, but sometimes those needs change. We have a priority list, but depending on what happens in other parts of the country, it may require us to rethink our priority and what we need. So we're looking at some other things that we got some 3M film that's going to be attached to some of our schools. We got a donation from a donor who don't want to be named, but they have graciously provided us with some funding to start putting some 3M film on some of our schools. So as time go on, hopefully within the next month or two, we'll start seeing that film placed on these schools around the district. Another thing that came up recently is the Cessor incident reporting. You may remember sometime last year there was some language that said, or some comments made, that we had this here high number of battery cases within our district. And it's not that we had we weren't over-reporting, it was just the way they were reporting. The coding was wrong. So we went back and made some adjustments, whereas some districts had very little reporting. We had the appropriate reporting. We tell our staff all the time, if you're not properly reporting it, don't be afraid to report what's going on, because if you don't report what's going on, we can't help you. We can't provide you with the resources. So Cessor does a good job in making sure everything is done correctly and properly. We make adjustments as needed, but this is something that's, again, mandated by the state, and they come down with some new mandates and how it's supposed to be done. And we tend to think that this reporting is only done during school hours, but unfortunately it's 24/7. So if something happens, say at 12 o'clock at night, just say law enforcement stops a car on a traffic stop, and this person pulls over into a school parking lot, and an illegal weapon or drugs is found in that vehicle. we have to report that under our assessor because it happened on our school campus. Although it's not something that would, associated with the student, but because it happened on our campus, we still have to report it under assessor. FSAT, we've heard about FSAT. Again, this is the mandated reporting tool that the state has required us to use. And it's the primary physical site security assessment to school district officials use to conduct security assessments. Again, every school in the district, the principal, the SRO on the campus, the custodian, maintenance, APs, my staff, they get together and complete this here FSAT. And it is really designed to see if we got any weaknesses and areas in needing improvement. But anything that the school needs, everything is put in this FSAT, and it is confidential. We can't share it with people because it may show some vulnerabilities that we may have, and we don't want to do that. So physical security measures, professional development training needs, support services roles in school safety, security, and emergency planning, school security and police staffing, operational practices and related services, school and community collaboration on school safety. All of these things is put into that FSAT because it's just not a one person seeing what's going on, but an entire community of stakeholders, internally and externally, that can help us make sure our schools are safe. So again, this is part of the school safety and security plan committee. So what we did was we developed this committee, and within the committee we developed subcommittees. We got in a big room of school board staff, mental health staff, externally, law enforcement, fire, business owners. We got in this big room and we had a big discussion about school safety. And what we did was we actually invited professional learning and leadership and learning to our meeting, and they put the little papers up on the wall. We had a lot of discussion, done a whole lot of writing, and what we ended up doing was dividing all of the barriers and concerns that we had into 5 subcommittees. And those subcommittees were headed by a chair, and each chair was met with their subcommittees over a 3-4 month time period as often as they needed to help solve those barriers. And one of those committees talked about the FSAT. This particular committee here, the gang activity updates, was part of the gang problem that we may have in Marion County. And so we had law enforcement and fire on this committee, and some of the information we learned that in 2021 to present, gang-related incidents in schools that we know of that's been reported, it was a total of 18 reported incidents. We have a form, a document that we use and we share with law enforcement that they can fill out this form of any type of gang affiliation that a student may have, and this allows us to track and allows law enforcement to track this activity. We ran into the barrier. One of the barriers we ran into is that, unfortunately, over the last 10 to 12 years, nobody's keeping data on gangs. Nobody. FDLE, we call the FBI, but it's very little information being kept on gangs. Some of the bigger agencies are doing it, but for us, we just couldn't find, even our local agencies, they really wasn't keeping that documentation on gangs that we thought was out there. So what we did was we created a gang presentation. We got collaboration from law enforcement with Sheriff's Office, OPD, and we started presenting this to the community, sharing with parents things to look for that their student may be involved in gangs, the signs, the clothing, the behaviors. And we actually went to juvenile probation and shared it with the probation officers down in Sumter County back in April. They was happy for it. Again, we as a district, we wanted to ensure that this community was understanding what was going on and some signs and symptoms to look for when it comes to gang activity. And so we implemented that community outreach so that we can go out and share this information with them. One of our other committees was gun violence and active assailant response plan updates. And there's some of the topics discussed at their meetings was review of the perceived list of barriers. So they got together and they talked about what the perceived barriers was, because a lot of times the community may not understand that we can only do certain things based on laws. Fire codes may limit us from doing certain things. But the current safety measures already implemented was communication technology. Again, that's part of the radio system that we got with the bus transportation, as well as making sure law enforcement and fire has proper communication when they come into our schools. Communicate consistent consequences at the secondary level when ID badges are not worn on campus. And that was brought up because within that committee, wearing of ID badges was something to them that was very important. They feel as though every, at least middle and high school student should wear ID badges on campus. That's something that we have been looking into. In order to implement that takes a lot of collaboration between our student services, curriculum side, because if a student don't have an ID badge, would there be consequences, and what type of consequences? And will that cause our referrals to go up? There's a whole lot to it, but we know from a safety standpoint, wearing a badges can easily identify whether those students or somebody should be on a campus or not. So that's something that we're looking into, and we'll work with student services and our academics teams to see how we can implement those efficiently if possible. Our next committee was mental health and awareness, and I could give you these updates, but I did not feel as though I could do it justice. We got some experts behind me, so I'm going to ask Ms. Amanda Steckman to come up.
Thank you. So I had the pleasure of chairing the Mental Health and Awareness Subcommittee, and I have to say it was such a stellar group of individuals. We had such a wide-casted net of representatives on that subcommittee. We had school administrators, instructional, non-instructional staff, law enforcement, we had community members. So it was really a really great opportunity to hear the input from these various stakeholders and really build upon some of the work that we've already started. So with that, we do have a very comprehensive feedback from our subcommittee. So we have 5 barriers that were identified. And barrier number 1 was relationship building with students and parents. And this is more of those prevention efforts that we need to really put in place and continue. So with that, we already have our school-wide resiliency programs, both Caring School Community at the elementary level and Habitudes at the secondary level. And those are great programs, but really building on those individuals that are implementing them at the school level and making them feel confident and comfortable in using those programs in the classroom. So that is something that we're continuing to build on. We actually are doing a huge reboot with both of those programs at the beginning of the school year for our multidisciplinary teams that are leading that work, but also our classroom teachers. So that's really exciting that we're seeing improvement in that area. The other areas are really owned by our parent partnership efforts. And so with that, we know there's a lot going on when it comes to parent engagement, and Ms. Hughes and her team, and they're doing so much to try to improve those relationships with our parents and families. So we've got a lot going on there. A lot of the recommendations that we have that were developed from this committee, we're going to be sharing with Ms. Hughes and her team just as feedback, because again, this is input that we were thankfully able to glean during this committee work. Our second barrier was threat identification and follow-up. Again, we're doing so many things in Marion County Public Schools. Part of it is because we do have mandates to do all of these things. So our collaboration with Safe Schools, the Mental Health and Wellness Department, doing a lot of work for threat management. And so with that, it's not just identifying students that do pose a threat, it's what are we doing about it? What types of interventions and supports are we putting in place for these students? Some recommendations coming from the subcommittee include better communication with our school resource officers. So they are part of our multidisciplinary teams, and just really ensuring that they feel included in those discussions when it comes to threat, and that they're notified as soon as possible when a threat is identified. So with that, one of the efforts that we've already put in place is that July 24th, we had a large summer school training with our multidisciplinary teams, and that included our school resource officers. So we were really excited to include them in that training with our school-based staff, and that really lends itself to better communication and better teaming with our school resource officers. The other recommendations included developing a data sharing agreement. So at least our school resource officer supervisors had information to our threat assessment information that we hold in our office through mental health and wellness currently. And then also expanding our Students Against Violence Everywhere clubs. With those clubs, those are currently on secondary school campuses. And part of the implementation of those clubs is what's called a See Something, Say Something week. And so it's really teaching students what to look for when we have concerns of potential violence, and then getting that information to an adult. And that same information is very valuable at an elementary school. So trying to think through how maybe our secondary schools and our elementary schools can team together during that week specifically to get that same information out to our elementary students. All right, so identify barrier number 3 was accessing and connecting youth, families to community mental health resources. We currently have an exhaustive list of community resources that are here available in Marion County Public Schools. We also do a lot of work, again, with our multidisciplinary teams to get that information out to our families once students are identified. A very simple solution that was actually recommended from one of our community members was, well, this is a great list, but I'm surprised that the primary care physician wasn't mentioned at all on that list. And so that was just a very quick, simple solve. And we're like, you know what, you're right. We can add that because a lot of our parents, our families are very comfortable with their primary care provider. And so that's oftentimes a really good first step in getting additional referrals for supports and services. Identify barrier number 4, MCPS mental health resources for students and staff to support students. So again, we have a lot of work that we've already put in place, a lot of framework there when it comes to identifying youth in need of services. We've got universal screening tools, one being the best, our multidisciplinary teams. We've got school-based mental health providers, our school counselors, social workers, and psychologists. We also have community-based providers that we contract with and help support these students. But again, with all that being said, even though we're doing great things, there's always room to grow and do better. So some identified areas that we were looking at for recommendations for goals and tasks would be provide ready-made presentations to be presented by school-based multidisciplinary teams. So I think our school teams are doing really good things, but it may be helpful to give them the tools and resources ready-made so then they can easily get the information to school staff. So for example, does a classroom teacher know what to do when they've identified a student that needs additional services? Do they know who to go to and what paperwork would need to be completed in order to do so? Provide trauma-informed training for school staff. This has been brought up before as such an essential training for our school staff, and it's definitely something that we're looking into to partner with some of our community-based providers to get that training out. And then finally, request ESC behavior support team services at our alternative sites. And then our last barrier was lack of time and personnel to provide resiliency skills training and mental health supports at school. So again, we've got a lot of great things going on, but we know time is so valuable. We only have so many hours in the day to get it all done, and we have so many requirements from the state, right? And essentially, we need to teach kids, but we have all these things that we want to take care of during the day. So with that, additional training, professional development for our school staff and employees. I mentioned earlier, we're doing a reboot for our resiliency curriculum, both Caring School Community and Habitudes. Had a really great conversation July 24th at our summer MDT training about resiliency, and again, offering additional PD opportunities for our school staff and our classroom teachers. It was recommended to add resiliency programs to the curriculum maps, or at least house them in the same areas as the curriculum maps, so that way teachers know there's one place where they can get all the information. They're not going to several different locations trying to get information about curriculum that's offered within the classroom setting. And then finally, this came from one of our community members, incorporate moral reasoning skills into resiliency instruction. And I thought that was actually a pretty profound suggestion. And so that's something that our team has taken into consideration as we, again, try to do that reboot process for resiliency. Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. McFadden.
Thank you, Amanda. Again, our mental health department and Safe Schools work together. As a matter of fact, the state has now, when we do our yearly conference, it's mandated now that we have a meeting and convene with mental health because of the importance of it, and they see the direct tie from school safe to the mental health and how we can best serve our districts, or all districts, to help prevent school shootings, and again, just the mental health of our students. They've been through a lot. They're going to continue to go through a lot in this ever-changing world we're in, and we have to be able to meet them and meet their needs from not only a physical standpoint, but from a mental health standpoint. I think we're in a good place in this district. Obviously, student discipline was a huge conversation that we had in our committee. Discipline matrix guidelines was one of the strategies, and assist with collaboration and progressive discipline. We're always hearing people say that the students are not getting disciplined and this kind of stuff, and what they don't understand is that they're getting disciplined, but there's different levels of discipline. They see if a kid does something, they want some type of immediate kick them out of school. I mean, I've had parents tell me that, that kid was kicked out of school for something, but we have our code of student conduct that we have to follow, and once we explain that to a lot of our committee members, they did understand that. But also there's some restrictions that we have on certain students with disabilities, so we can't impose the same level of discipline on them that we can impose on others. So discipline was a big issue. Interactive code of student conduct, Dr. Danielle Livingood and her team used technology to create the code of student conduct, and like if a parent goes on the web page and click on a certain discipline, it kind of opens it up and tells them what the consequences are for those different type of disciplines. Consequences can be translated into multiple languages. Creating videos to explain the most frequent offenses seen in schools. Again, we're continuing to work on that because sometimes our kids may not know some of the things that they're doing, or they should know. We think they should know, but remember, we're dealing with kids who are immature, and sometimes they commit crimes or commit code of student conduct violations that they may not necessarily think is a violation. One of the easiest and cheapest things you can do to help protect our students and staff is implement policies, procedures, and how we operate on a daily basis. For instance, we make it mandatory for doors to be locked during classroom instruction. It costs you nothing. It's a little bit inconvenient to some people, but how much does it cost? It doesn't cost you anything to lock your door when you're teaching, and that saves lives. So we look at this as we try to make sure that we do things from a procedural standpoint that can be done to save and protect our students and staff before we dump money into something that we can solve by just putting in a procedure. But we are looking at key access control policy because we're looking to implement these type of security measures in the future. The 2 new schools that we're getting ready to look at building, have already been a discussion, and there's really no discussion. You should just build those schools with access control. It's cheaper to do it and when you're building the school than to go back and retrofit it. Everybody know about the administrative search procedures that we're doing with the Sheriff's Office and Ocala Police Department, where they have the gun detection K9 that we use randomly. We got a randomizer that we randomly choose schools to do those administrative searches. Again, the new House Bill 543 that came out made it mandatory for us to do certain things. And that's pretty much 6A, Rule 6A, school safety requirements and monitoring. These are just policies that has come down within the last, year or so, a couple of years, that we are constantly making sure that we're updating and keeping in focus and at the focal point so we can protect students and staff. Reunification plan was something else that was mandated again by the state. Every district has to have a reunification plan. We already had our reunification plan, but what we do is we go back through it, we review it to make sure that we're not missing anything. Active assailant response policy, again, we already have one, and now the state has mandated that every law enforcement agency has to have an active assailant response policy. We know law enforcement trains on a regular basis with their SWAT team. They use our schools to train, but now the state is saying they actually have to have a policy in place that I have to submit one to the state of Florida by October 1. Okay, School Safety and Security Plan Committee. Again, the committee has met twice with the 3rd meeting planned for August 15th. We're going to have another meeting planned. At that point, we want to start having some of the subcommittees, if possible, bring some closure to some of their subcommittees. If they need to continue to meet, that's great. We'll welcome that. But if they can start bringing some closure to them so we can start bringing all this together to present a plan to Dr. Gullett that can be presented again to you as a board. But we want to make sure this plan, and we already have a plan, but it's like we just need to bring everything together and put it in one document that is just readily accessible when we need it. But we have a plan for everything: tornadoes, active assailant, fires. We already have all of these things in place. We just have to formalize it and put it in a plan that's going to be acceptable to you, the board, and Dr. Gullett. Keep stakeholders engaged by having quarterly meetings. Even though we may bring all of these subcommittees to a closure, we still want to have quarterly meetings with our stakeholders because things change. People have different ideas. We're just learning now about some new fire codes that's coming down that may not require us to, we have to do what we call a radio frequency test. Some company has to be hired to come into our schools and test the radio frequency of the law enforcement and fire radios in all of our schools. There's some new fire code mandates that may change and either expand or minimize the amount of square footage for each building that's required to have these radio frequency tests. So we have to work closely with the fire marshals to make sure we're in compliance as things change on a regular basis. Okay. So one of the things that they asked about in some of the committees was someone asked how much money are we actually spending on school security. And this is a breakdown of what we've been getting each year. The first year we got Educational Facility Security Grant. That year, the state gave us $1,457,000. And that was when we, after Marjorie Stoneman in 2018, everybody was just out there trying to get things done. The mandate said you need to create a single point of entry, fences, door buzzers, cameras, so they gave us a bunch of money. The next year, you can see that drop down to $745,000. The year after that, $630,000, and this year is down to $112,000. So even though we still have to get these things done, the funding don't necessarily come from the state, although they make the mandates. So we have to use other funding to protect our kids. They also give us what we call Safe Schools allocation, and over the last 4 years, we received about $10,677,000 in that. The referendum was absolutely, we thank the community, we thank them for voting this in, because the Safe Schools Department has roughly received $7,375,000 in referendum funds. But then the general fund, it's never enough. We still taking out of the general fund, which over these 4-year period, $4,800,000, and over the last 4 years, we were talking about a total of $25 million that we received in revenue to put towards school safety. So the expenditures, we get it in, but we got to spend it. So how do we spend it? Cameras, $953,000 in cameras. Door buzzers was $83,000. Fences, $4.3 million, nearly $4.4 million. Salary and benefits, $2,265,000. Operating, $254,000. School resource officers is our biggest expense, well over $17 million, close to 18. Mutual Link is the interoperability piece. This equipment allows law enforcement to see and basically tap into our camera system when there's an emergency going on, so they can actually see what's going on at the school at the local law enforcement agencies. Alarms, we pay for the city of Ocala. You get that first alarm free. The next alarm is $75. So we really talk with our schools about balloons and objects hanging from the ceiling, because when the alarm goes off and we don't respond or nobody respond, the Ocala Police Department charges $75 per. Our charter schools, we get funding in, but remember we have to share a certain amount of that with charter schools, and over the last 4 years, charter schools has gotten roughly $121,000, and then miscellaneous $6,589. For the total expenditures, $25,717,000. So we're getting it in and we're spending it. We're putting it out there so we can keep our kids and our students and our staff safe. Before I turn it over to Dr. Gullett, I just want to say that, again, we are doing our very best to make sure our students and staff are safe. I think we're, like I say, collectively, we're in a good place, a really good place. But when we go out into communities, and I sit back and think, trust me, I have some sleepless nights. Some things that I may think should be done a certain way. I have some sleepless nights, but we come together as a team, we figure it out, and we improve on it. We make it better. School shootings are very rare. When you look at the overall day-to-day events that we go through, 180 days of school, they're very rare. But when they happen, it's devastating. And unfortunately, sometimes they're very deadly. But we have to understand that when I go out in the community, the biggest threat sometimes that I see to our kids' educational system is the absenteeisms, the fighting in schools, the drugs, all of these things. So not only do we try to focus on the physical hardening, but somehow within the Safe Schools Department and working with all of these other departments, we have to also try to help tackle those issues and concerns too. We've been at the houses when the kids have missed 80 days and trying to find out where they're at. We drive out there when their homeschool liaisons can't get in touch with them. We're doing those kind of things. We're going to these community events where we're talking to parents about vaping and drug usage, fighting, the 2-on-1 fights when one kid jump in, and how they're getting sent to alternative schools. So it's just not, school security goes way beyond fences, door buzzers, and cameras, way beyond it. And I think the district has a pretty good grasp on what's going on, and we're doing a really good job of trying to head off a lot of these things before they happen. But it's tough. It's tough when these kids are, they got a mind of their own sometimes, but it's challenging, but we're up to the task. And one of the things we want to do from a safe school standpoint, as we bring these new coordinators and some new staff in, thank y'all for allowing us to grow, but we want to start reaching out to some of these kids who are getting arrested outside of school, because even when they get arrested outside of school and get sent to alternative schools, eventually they do what? They got to come back. They've got to come back. So what can we do, number one, to keep them from getting arrested? And if they get arrested and come back, how can we keep them in schools? How can we keep them in our schools? Because absenteeism is a big problem. And if they're not in school, they're out there committing crimes or doing something they shouldn't be doing. So I turn it over to Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Well said. One of the words I wrote down was attendance, and I smiled when you started to talk about that, because board, as you well know, this is a very comprehensive approach for safety, and it should be preventive in nature and proactive, and you can see it involves everyone, all of our stakeholders, both within the district and outside in our community. It's really everyone's job, and we are rolling forward with I'm not going to get into too many details publicly today, but launching a real public effort around attendance, because we know that it's a safe place for them to be to the fullest extent that we can provide one. And that's where we educate them. We can't teach them if we don't have them. So preventing, and I was leading a call yesterday for prevention with some of the juvenile justice, and it's taking our students and making sure they're in school to prevent them from engaging in activities that Mr. McFadden was just sharing. So we want them in school. We need them in school, and we need everyone's help. So appreciate the team and the consistency and the communication and the collaboration, which is essential to this work. I think there's been sometimes in the past some fear around having the conversations. I will just call this out. One of those has been gangs. I've had a lot of conversation in the years since I've been here about that, because we have identified some areas and pockets. And so we appreciate those leaders in the community that are willing to engage with us and identify some ways that we can prevent those things from coming into our schools. And that will be essential moving forward. So I appreciate, again, community leadership and the Sheriff's Office in helping to work with us to prevent students from engaging in activities that are not good for them and not good for the community. So thank you all for the work that you're doing, and on behalf of everyone out there who's been engaged. I was really impressed, went out with the committee doing the work and dividing up and having really honest conversations about what we need to do as a community together. And so that needs to continue, and it will continue. So thank you, Board.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Board comments, questions? Dr. James.
Thank you for your work and comprehensive overview. You mentioned a few things, and I just want to clarify. I know what 3M film is because I've been on the selection committee, but can you clarify for the board and the community what that is?
Yes, ma'am. 3M film is sort of like a window tint. It could be either tinted or not tinted, but it's a little thicker than a normal window tint, and it's not bullet resistant, but it allows us to, it's not something that you can smash your window out and the window shatters and someone can walk in, as we saw in Tennessee. The young lady shot through the window shattered, she just walked right in. This film will prevent that. It's been tested, we've seen videos, we've got some of it in our office that we're looking at, and you literally have to bring an axe or something with you to penetrate that film because it's so thick, and we're going to be placing that strategically at all of our schools.
Yeah, and we had that conversation as we were touring facilities last week even, and talking about when we're looking at building these new schools, and you start looking through a different lens as you're thinking safety, and well, this 3M film came up a lot, so thank you for clarifying that, because if you think window tint, you just think changing the color of the glass, potentially, but this is also hardening the glass so that it's less penetrable, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You touched on something that I think is important to reiterate, unfunded mandates. It's very important that people in the community understand, we are told, and we talk about this as a board a lot, there are things that come down that we are expected to do, and there is not the funding to support it. And so our general fund has supported that. Our community with the referendum has done a tremendous job supporting that, and you touched on that. And so I just want to stress that we continue to hear what we have to do and then figure out, Ms. Boston Ellis, I'm sure we'll spend some time today talking about it. We figure out how we're going to make it happen. So that takes a whole group effort, and you guys are doing a great job with that. Lastly, I just want to stress, you talked about the ID badges at the secondary level and wearing the ID badges, and this is just a personal philosophy, but I am always, I struggle with students who've shown up to school to learn, and I feel the same way about dress code personally. If we got you to the door to come to school and you're not in the right clothes and or not wearing an ID badge, I'm philosophically in disagreement that they shouldn't participate in the learning experience, because ultimately getting to school and learning is the priority. So I know that we'll continue to, work on language in our code of conduct to address consequences for these kinds of things, but it's really hard for me to send a student to ISS or provide a consequence that takes away from the learning experience when ultimately getting to school is and getting to class on time is what we're looking to accomplish. But I also understand the significance of making sure that we are identifying properly who we are and making sure that our secondary students do that. So it's a bit of a dichotomy that we'll just have to continue to fine tune, but that's just kind of a personal thing for me. I want to see kids in class, and if there are other pieces to that puzzle that they're not meeting, I want to try and brainstorm ways we can work around it, so.
And you bring up a very good point, and we've talked about that, we discussed it, and we're looking at ways to tie the badge to their daily attendance in school, checking out a library book, buying the ticket to the prom,
lunch.
We talked about lunch. That's a different story because sometimes it slows down the lunch process. But just different ideas we're trying to come up with so that we can reduce the interactions of the code of conduct issues with it. If they know they got to have it to get on the bus, okay, they'll bring it. If they don't bring it, okay, so they know they've got to have it if they want to check out a library book or go to the prom or buy the ticket for the prom or the football game. Something creative. And we just have to think about that as a district, put some things in place. But again, I agree, not to the point to where we're kicking a kid out of school or suspending them for not having the badge, but something to encourage them to wear it every day.
And the fidelity in the process.
Yes.
And so deciding from day one, whatever, and day one is now upon us in 5 days, but make whatever that decision is on that campus and across campuses, because we do have a lot of transient students who go from one campus to another, and so the rules for one campus should be commonplace among all campuses. Otherwise, that enforcement is more difficult, as we all know. So
you're right. Yes.
That concludes my comments. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Ms. Conrad.
Thank you, because my concerns really are very similar to Dr. James's, and Mrs. Steckman and Mr. McFadden, I want to thank you for your work. Really, along with transportation, the job is so large, especially when I think about a time when I went to school and things have changed so drastically, and what we're called to accommodate, what we're called to prevent and assist with is just really beyond any scope and sequence I think a lot of us would have anticipated several years back. So thank you for your dedication to keeping our students and our staff and our campuses safe. First off, really, too, was that just sharing with the community that if these funding mandates come down and we're left to deal with them, how do we accomplish them? Where does the money come from? Because the state is giving us a minute amount. And Mrs. Boston-Ellis helps us figure it out so that we are currently and gratefully right now able to say that we're in a good place, but it has its challenges. And so I too am so grateful to the community for passing the referendum and allowing us to put funding into our safe schools along with many other things that I'm passionate about. But I'm really grateful for that and helping us meet the challenge of, $17.6 million just for our SROs. That's a big number. We have a lot of schools, a lot of people, a lot of staff. And that, to me, that's basic. We have to have somebody on every campus. So thank you for your work and for bringing that information forward so that the community continues to understand the challenges of financing safe schools. Next was gang activity, which Dr. Gullett brought up. That was kind of shocking to me as a new board member, just being in Ocala all my life. And so one of the concerns that was brought up in a conversation with Chief Balkin was, the safety at bus stops. And some of our kids and their issues in having weapons in their backpacks is not because they're, of course, scared at school, because we all feel very strongly that our schools are safe, but what happens when they get off the bus? And so just opening up those conversations, and I think it's great that our community members are interested and invested in those conversations, but I'm interested in furthering those conversations and how we can partner with our law enforcement to be around areas where our kids are getting off in the afternoon, and there may be some challenges for them as they get off of the bus. So that's one concern that I have that came up through this conversation. The ID badge, I feel the exact same way as Dr. James does. I love the idea. I think it's important, but the idea of them missing class time is really just not acceptable at this point as we're battling attendance and getting our kids into class. So coming up with some alternative solutions for that would be important to me. A question I have on, it was slide 13, hold on. The mental health and awareness updates under number 4, our health resources. So behavioral and emotional screening system, the BESS, I found that as being a teacher, there was a lot of information that was very valuable when I went through that process a couple times a year evaluating my students, and I was just curious what happens to that information as we're talking about sharing that information and who it's available to, because thinking about my classes and things that went through, children that went through, 99% of the time, it's normal behaviors that you're tracking. But occasionally there is a behavior that in your mind, as an educator, you're thinking, there is trouble brewing here. And so if teachers are identifying that in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade, what is happening with that information?
It's a great question. So with the BESS, the results are shared back to those school-based multidisciplinary teams within the week of the closure of our screening windows. And with all of that data and information, those teams are able to look through and identify those students that they have more questions about. We always say that is one data source. It's not the full story. So we take that into consideration along with other things like office discipline referrals, parent, staff feedback, just all this information is considered. And then once it's determined that an intervention would really be required for that child, a plan is put in place. And so all of that information is included in the plan along with those BESS screening results.
Okay. One of my concerns in thinking about that coming out of the classroom is you have a child that has some significant struggles, but they kind of walk the line, if you know what I mean. So they don't do anything that's extremely that would get them suspended or expelled. But what happens when they leave elementary school and they go to middle school? Do those pieces, those evaluation pieces, and I don't mean follow them really in a negative way. A kid has a struggle. I'm not trying to label them with that, but is that there's someone at the school that's monitoring and says, hey, this student, Chris had trouble in second grade. We saw these things in fourth grade, in fifth grade. Are we tracking those kinds of things so that, because when you watch the news, kids that are having these explosive, behaviors, you hear a lot of, they just weren't on our radar. But you go back and you talk to teachers, and there were definitely signs. And I think that the BESS is the instrument that allows us to see some of that information. And so that's why I'm feeling kind of passionate about it. As educators, we're doing that 3 times a year. We're taking the time to evaluate each student on these specific behaviors and indicators. And so I just really want to make sure that that information is moving forward, not to be held against children, not to be held against them, but that someone is keeping an eye on it.
So we are required, once a student is identified with a need and intervention, all of that is housed within our internal secure portal. Now, we are mandated by the state to transfer that documentation within 5 school days. They actually extended it recently to the receiving school. So that was a big breakdown with Marjorie Stoneman, is that lack of communication between entities. And so that's why that is part of a requirement, that's part of law, that we transfer that information. So we do have a process in place. If it is a student that transferred within district, we have an individual that provides that information to the receiving school and sends direct communication so they know and they're aware when that child does transfer. Same thing for out of district. If they transfer out of district, we have a process in place to do the same thing.
Okay, one more question on that topic. So a concern that I had was that parents can opt out of that evaluation. And as you can imagine, some of those that are opting out are the exact students that you want to do an evaluation on. Do we have an alternative assessment that we can give a student if their parents opt out for that BESS assessment?
Not an alternative, but like I said before, BESS is one data point. So it's not something that would hold an individual school team back from providing support and interventions for a student. So we have other tools available. We have our staff referral form, our parent referral form. We've got all of those other data pieces, input from the teacher as well. So all of that's being considered when we're talking about putting supports in place for a child. So if they decide to opt out, that's not a stopping point, a barrier for that child receiving services.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I am very much of the mindset that we need to have several different data points, but I still feel challenged that do we have a piece that is as specific as something like that instrument for the teacher to do an evaluation on the children that are not participating? Because to me, that tool is so different than, me sending something to the guidance counselor that says, I would like Jim to be evaluated because he had an outburst in class today, whatever. I'm sorry, having trouble coming up with a situation off the cuff. But it's just so different because the BESS is so specific about specific behaviors. Right. So that would just be something I'd be interested in if we could find something to put in place for our students that are not being evaluated on that.
And I will say that if it is to a point where a child made a substantive level threat, BESS is then implemented, and that is no longer an opt-out because of that level of threat that was made. That's part of that evaluative process, so we can gather more information, so we can provide further supports for that student. So I just want to make mention of that if it's to that level, we definitely have that available to us.
Okay, thank you. I did not know that, so that is valuable information. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I did also want to mention, just because I felt like it fell naturally into this conversation, the Dads on Duty that we have at several schools, and what, as far as being preventative, what a great resource that is for a lot of our students to have caring adults in place that help build relationships with our students around the community. And I believe they're trying to grow that program, which I just think is really beneficial for any campuses that we could implement that in. Because when I listen to administrators and the struggles that they're having with students who are getting into trouble, and it sometimes is a lack of manpower. You know, it is having enough people to man the bathrooms during transition time, you know, those types of things. And so this group of gentlemen, our dads on duty, are able to help us accommodate and meet those needs.
You're exactly right, and the program started last year at Fort King. Since that time, again, Ms. Debick, myself, and others within the district have really tried to we put together a program to where we're looking to expand it. We've gotten calls we were concentrating really on the middle schools, but now we're getting calls from the high schools saying, well, you know what, we're having the same problems in high school, so can we start a Dads on Duty program here? So we're doing it, and the gentleman who kind of spearheaded it and brought it to us, Rick Haldeman, is absolutely great. He and I and Pastor Jerome Gamble met last week on a Zoom meeting to share and go out in the community to present this program to churches, community leaders, whoever would want to come and take part in this here, because we know it take a village. We know it take a village, and like you say, a lot of times it just comes down to being able to manage this, so many students on the campus, and all it takes is an adult standing somewhere to watching them, you know, in the hallway or in the cafeteria or something like that. So there is a video that Ms. Debick put out. If you haven't seen it, it's wonderful, it's great. It starts with the presentation of how it started in Louisiana with those dads, and then Mr. Alderman and Mr. Carter from Fort King has a video, and the kids are high-fiving, they're fist bumping, and they're doing all of these things because a lot of times that's all they're getting sometimes, unfortunately, is that attention from someone at the school. We don't know what they're going home to, but these beings have bought into this program. It's on their own time, obviously, and they're just excited to be there. They're excited to be there. And the last day of school, I got the opportunity to be at Fort King, and the hugs and the fist bumps to those men who had been there for only such a short time was powerful in that if we can make a difference in that 2-month time period, imagine what we can do for the entire year. So, at all middle school and high schools for that matter. So.
And what I love about that is it's not rocket science. If any community members are listening, that really you need to show up.
Show up.
You know, we need adults that care about our young people, and that there's flexibility within that program. You know, you maybe can come on Monday and Tuesday. You don't have to be there every day of the week. So just a little plug for Dads on Duty. I did have one other question. Amanda, I think this is for you. For our trauma-informed training, I believe this is slide 14. When we're talking about lack of time and personnel to provide resilience, and then trauma-informed training. I've been visiting around. I was fortunate enough to go to a training, a day training with the Pearl Project, which is one specific program. I'm sure there's many others. I just use that because it's the one I'm familiar with or somewhat familiar with. Something that I felt passionately about is the preventative measures that could be provided to our instructional staff, our paras, really any staff member on a school campus. When we look at providing training under our recommendations for new teachers and administrators, I think it would be extremely valuable. As I sat through that training and I thought about previous classes and children that had real struggles, just like you guys have shared with us today, there are strategies that I didn't know as a 28-year veteran teacher, and it caused me a lot of sadness and some regret because those strategies had not been presented. They weren't available. And so I would like to see that part of, as we talk at the great beginnings, coming back to class and our new teachers, just equipping our staff members with alternatives, you know, giving our kids some choices. I don't want to go through the big list of specifics, but one of the biggest things was there were some very simple strategies that I, as an instructional leader, could have used to de-escalate situations that happened in my class that were probably caused from trauma at home. And so I just want to put my 2 cents in that I think that's very valuable. If there's a way for us to include that sort of training, initially to our beginning teachers, but really to push it out to any and all staff members that are dealing with students, because I think that preventative piece would be very valuable and help teachers build relationships with students who are struggling with trauma.
No, we agree. And unfortunately, I mean, with trauma, kids aren't wearing that on their sleeves when they walk in your door, in the classroom door. So we understand that, and we are in talks right now with some community agencies that can provide that level of support to our classroom teachers, so they do have that awareness.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair Thurr, do you have anything?
Thank you. I am interested in more information about the true availability of mental health services in the community and whether or not there are waiting lists for these services.
There are absolutely waiting lists for these services. We experienced a big growth recently, and so with that, the infrastructure we're seeing as individuals, families reach out to these community services, they are seeing these waiting lists. I will say that we are looking at alternatives to work with companies that can really help with that case management piece and connecting families with services, not only in Marion County, but also even telehealth services, because sometimes we outgrow what we have available here, and we just want to find other alternatives for our families so they can get connected to services as soon as possible.
Thank you for, that response, because what it comes down to is almost a triage situation, and the kids that are in such need of services, there's this laundry list of behaviors they have to have already engaged in to be able to get the services, and I'll include Baker Acts in those, in that laundry list. It's not often said here by any parent that may come up and speak, but in many cases, the reason why there are barriers to services is that that kid may have been Baker Acted multiple times from home, which most parents aren't going to share, in front of us, and they may have been Baker Acted once or twice from school, but it all has to rise to a level of intensity to move that kid up. And when I ask about waiting lists, especially kids that already have an identified, say, social emotional disability and trying to qualify through Medicaid, we push in the school system because a sense of urgency is ours in the school system, obviously, but it's also a huge sense of urgency in the community. So we do share that because kids orbit around all over the place. But my point is that we try very hard as a school system to get kids on the waiting list for med waiver through our guidance counselors and getting that very quick and easy form filled out. But then it's 7 to 10 years before they qualify. And in the meantime, the problems continue, and it's almost like they have to have so many discipline referrals, so much failure, multiple Baker Acts with all kinds of dangerous behaviors to even begin to get an audience with an opportunity to get the true wraparound services that too many of our kids are now apparently desperately needing. And it made me think about what you were sharing, Board Member Conrad, that the more we can get those quick and effective, often, de-escalation strategies that don't cost nothing, it's going to help. And it just makes me think back to the whole premise of today's presentations has been about activating the network that we have of so many wonderful people, trying to get as many holes out of the net as we can so the kids aren't falling through. So never again do we say, well, the writing was on the wall, but this got refused, that got refused. Well, but somebody asked the next question, and so now that the parent knows because there was a parent conference. Well, you may have, refused the best screening, but we are putting it on paper that there is a troubling situation, and we want to fix it with you and work with you before it gets any worse. And you build those relationships, and then eventually you begin to hear glimmers of what's really happening around that child, not just in school. But there has been a lot of concern about what to do with kids that are exhibiting so much struggle and so much difficulty. And when you hear from school principals how many students that they have where they're not just living with a grandparent, they're living with neighbors, they're couch surfing. That's an awareness that is really hard for a lot of us maybe to even visualize, let alone accept. I think that, at least for now, the reality of a child coming to us from a very stable, traditional home, and I'd love to see the data on this, what is the breakdown of our kids' situations that we know of? Because that certainly can help us in our problem solving, and also in just our acknowledgement of this is where we are and this is why we're there, and these are the barriers. But we've got some tremendous opportunities, some tremendous resources, tremendous people across the whole community that once they're truly aware of the needs, the challenge, and yet the expectations that we want to have to transform our schools so that these kids can get to a great place in life, it becomes a much easier conversation, because then that's when the true problem solving begins. The finger pointing stops, you acknowledge the reality, and you just get to work. So I know there was a lot embedded in there, but there's just so much food for thought in this, and I'm so grateful that we're finally having these authentic conversations throughout the whole community. Because if they're suspended out of school, which if they're not doing what they're supposed to in school, that makes it tough to teach. But then if they're running around the community committing crimes, that makes it tough for law enforcement. So, they're either going to go this way, this way, this way, or we're all going to come together. I guess that's my point. And thank you for the work that you're doing to make that happen.
One of the things that the law enforcement has, they have something called JINS, it's Juveniles in Need of Services, and it's basically a lot of the concerns and problems that kids have in the community, the Baker Acts, the threats that they make. They do share that information with us, so that's what's so important, and the working together, the collaboration, to where we know what's going on in the community when they deal with the kids, and then we share information with them that's happening in the school. They're part of our threat assessment teams, our threat teams. So they're sitting in on all of those Baker Acts. And there's, this thing about, we as a school district don't Baker Act kids. We have an assessment. Through assessment, law enforcement is there, and they make that determination whether or not that child meets the Baker Act criteria. But we have to have those assessments conducted when those kids make those self-harm, threats to harm themselves or others. It has to be done. There's no way around it. And so from there, based on information that we've gathered, the conversation with the kids, is it the best test or what that criteria, the screener, the kid may be Baker Acted for their own safety and for the safety of others. So it happens. But I want to go back to something Ms. Conrad said, and a few years ago, I just remember it vividly, this young man having a weapon on one of our campuses, and somebody reported it, and we brought him in, and obviously he was arrested. But when we started talking to one of his friends, his female friends, she said the exact same thing you said. She said, I knew he had it. I had no reason to tell on him about it because I know he's not going to hurt anybody in the school. The concern is when he leaves the school and go into the community. I would rather for him to be able to protect himself. And I may have said this before, but that's just something that sticks in my mind when that young lady said that. She was more concerned about him losing his life in the community than hurting somebody at the school, so she didn't tell that he had the gun.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. That's a sobering thought, but it actually is kind of the way I was going to express my comments. This board is definitely engaged. This is an incredible conversation that has happened today. Engaging comments and questions that have come forth from each of these board members. To me, the thing that says the most is that we can't be afraid to have tough conversations. And this entire topic is something that wasn't discussed very much in schools. I remember I was in college or graduate school, I think, when Columbine happened. It was the first time that anybody ever thought something like that could ever possibly occur anywhere. Well, then nobody really talked about it much until then Sandy Hook happened. Okay, then it becomes but it was Marjorie Stoneman Douglas that has totally transformed what we're doing as a state and possibly even as a nation, and the work that has to be done and continues to be done. I'm grateful for that we have started having even greater community conversations about the challenges we are experiencing in our schools and the unfunded mandates and all the things. The statute continues to change year after year after year, whether it's just a name change or if it's an entire recommendation on what has to happen, changing the names of titles, we have to have this particular person now on our campuses. We have to, it changes every single year for the better of our students and for the better of our staff and the safety involved, but incorporating mental health into it now and seeing how we can do better at de-escalating and prevention and those kinds of things when we have access to service. This is a community conversation. And so kudos to you all for having a community committee put together. Thank you to all those volunteers that served on that committee and continue to serve committees, subcommittees, the work that's been done, the recommendations that have come forth. I'm just grateful that we've had this update today, and I know that the work is going to continue, and we're going to hear more in September. But thank you for all that we've heard today, and to this board for the comments and questions and concerns that have been brought forth as well.
And thank you again for the support that you have provided us with the staff and Safe Schools Department to do this. I take my hats off to them. When I'm drowning, they're there with a life vest. I've really got an awesome staff, and I appreciate everything all the departments is doing, but obviously my staff is the best. Thank y'all.
Mr. McFadden. And with that, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none, board, we are going to go into a recess now, and if we could come back by 12:45, please. 12:45 will be when we come out of this recess. We're moving into recess at 12:14 p.m. Thank you. Coming back from recess at 12:45 p.m., our next item on this work session agenda and for the remainder of the work session, we will be talking about the 2023-2024 tentative budget of the general fund, item 5.1. Ms. Boston-Ellis, Dr. Gullett, do you want to introduce Ms. Boston-Ellis?
Certainly, of course. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Pleased to present Ms. Boston-Ellis and with her team members. They've worked really hard to provide this very comprehensive proposal to the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Boston-Ellis, as you begin, we would potentially like to kind of break this up a bit because you know it is going to be quite cumbersome if we did it all at one time. So maybe the first section of the 22 slides or something, and just before you get into general fund, if there are any questions specifically about that, then maybe talk general fund, then adult education, then referendum, and we'll break it up if that works for you.
I will follow your lead.
Terrific. Okay, wonderful. So Ms. Boston-Ellis, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Dr. Campbell, board members, and Superintendent Gullett. We have been waiting with bated breath to get up here today. I did have more staff today, but as everyone else is, they are in the midst of finalizing the general fund and all of the other funds for the fiscal year. We still have a week or so left of work that we have to do to tidy up. But I did ask our two top budget staff members to stay so that they can assist me with keeping notes so that we can answer questions if we aren't able today, bring those answers back to you next week. And that's Jonna Agan. You met her at final budget last year. She has had her 1-year anniversary in July. And then we were just speaking about Kayla, and Kayla came in at the end of July, August. So we have 2 new members to our staff still, and terrific members of our staff, and we have a couple of other new folks, and hopefully you'll be able to meet them maybe next week. And then we have the Sherry Simmons, who's been with the district 31 years, and the schools are really dependent on her a lot. She is a wonderful resource. And then there's Thomas, who handles most of our staffing, budgeting, staffing, and he keeps up with that, does a really fantastic job with that as well. And then the other staff members, but these are the individuals who are tied to our budgeting process the most. So we'll go ahead and get started. As always, we try to break it up into different sections, and what we'll do is take a quick snapshot at all funds. Then we'll look at property values and the millage and how the impact that has on our funding. We'll look at that Florida Education Finance Program, and then we'll take each one of the funds that are a part of the general fund combined. It'll be the operating, the adult education, or we refer to as MTC, and then the general fund operating. So those 3 are considered general fund combined. And then we'll take a quick snapshot at some historical data that board members have asked for in the past. This presentation should be behind your tab 3. You also have some attachments, and I will refer to those as we go through the PowerPoint presentation. So let's get started. All funds, again, as we shared on last Tuesday, our total budget is $910 million. This is an increase of about $11 million over our prior year adopted budget. But today we're going to focus on the general fund operating, general fund adult ed, and general fund referendum. The total budget for those 3 funds is $563 million, and as I said, $11 million more than the adopted budget from 22-23. Next, we'll look at, again, the truth and millage trim timelines. And this is the requirements that we have to follow statutorily based on the local revenue that we receive. So we can check off the first box. We receive the values from the property appraiser by July 1. By July 24th, you were presented with the budget and the ads to be publicized. By July 28th, we were able and we received the certified values, and the district advertised those values in the newspaper on the 28th. And then on the next date, August 1st, was our public hearing, and here we are on August 3rd to begin discussing our general fund operating budget. And then right before this, or last night, or August 1st, when you approved the tentative millages, you might have seen us here a little bit later. Jonna was transmitting that information to the property appraiser. They were waiting on that from us. So that's where we are today. So let's talk about the local revenue. You have a handout that is entitled Millage History, 1999 to Current. On this slide, this is giving you just a picture of where we were since 1516. Across the top, these were the property values in billions, and then the lines are providing you with what the millage rates were in those years. But on your handout, if I can point you to the first year that we started collecting this information, our taxable value at that time was $6.5 billion. We have come a long way since 1999. The next thing I want to point out to you on the second row, if you go all the way over to the right, 2006-07, you can see that the taxable values started growing. It was pretty consistent, $1.5 billion a year until we got to 2006-07, and that grew about $4 billion at that time. On the next row, what I want to point out to you there is the next 2 years were pretty flat, $22.3 billion, $22.3 billion, and then I guess the floor fell out from up under our economy, Florida, as well as Marion County. Taxable value went down to $19.9 billion, and from then on, it continued to drop from every year until we got to 2015-16, 2016-17. And you will see that the values have continued to increase over the years, all the way through to the current. And the reason I bring this to your attention is at the time when the values were increasing, everyone was excited and happy, but then the economy of our state sort of went south, and that definitely impacts the funding that we will receive from our local community. So we need to keep our eyes on the taxable value. Not that Marion is not growing, but we need to keep our eyes on that, because that indicates where our economy is going. As you can see, we have the taxable value for the 23-24 year increased 18%. We have gone, I think last year, 21.9 million in revenue, and now we are projecting to be about $215 million in revenue. Again, we have to, the significance of this is the property values will determine the revenue that we will receive from local. will determine what the required local effort is, and again, it will impact all of our discretionary millages that we receive. So let's look at the millage levies. Again, it was an increase of 18% from our post-VAB taxable value, and that's the Value Adjustment Board, and I believe we have a board member always that sits on that board. And our community, if they feel like their value is incorrect, they can go before that board and petition, and in some instances, their values are reduced. So we did experience about a $900,000 adjustment based on the values being adjusted for our community. Again, the millage went from 6.505 for the 22-23 year, and it is now 6.439. I want to always remind you that in order to participate in receiving state dollars, we are required to levy the required local effort. There is an adjustment to that, and again, that's based on the prior year. If we did not receive the full dollars that had been originally projected, we are allowed, or the state provides a levy for us to receive some of those dollars in the next year. So that's what you're seeing here. The levy went from 0.007 to 0.014. So even though the required local effort reduced by 0.073, the prior period adjustment increased by 0.007 mils. None of the other millages were changed. Again, they are discretionary. At your discretion, you can make an adjustment to them, but I'll talk a little bit on the next slide about the impact of changing those millages. But these are the allowed maximum millages, again, that you voted on to set for tentative budget. We can always go down, but we cannot go up from the millages that you approved. Based on that 18% increase in taxable value, and along with the reduction in the required local millage, the district is still projected to receive $30 million additional dollars over the prior year, based on the taxable value for the 0.748 mils, the capital projects, as well as the additional operating voted millage. So you can see that at the bottom. The amount last year was $185.6 million. Projected for 23-24 is $215 million. So there is an increase of $30 million. Of that, the capital will receive $50 million, and the remaining $165 million goes toward the general fund combined. A portion of that is to fund a referendum, and the rest of it is to fund the general fund operating. The next two slides are just an example for our community to review and to know what the impact of the millage levies are on them and on all of us as property owners. So this first example is there is no increase in the assessed value. And what you will see is that even though there is no increase in the assessed value, there will be a decrease in the prior year, from the prior year to the current year millage rates. So a taxpayer, if there was no change in their assessed value, would pay $21.45 less for a house that's valued at $350,000 and has the homestead exemption. This next example is you all are probably familiar with, and that's your next handout called Save Our Homes. This was enacted in 1995, and basically what it says is that your value on your property will not increase more than the lower of your CPI change or 3%, or the cap. So the cap for Save Our Homes is 3%. So in this example, and for the year 2023, the lower of the two is 3%. So this example, the most this $350,000 property could be increased is by 3%. So it would now be $360,000, $360,500. So you follow the example all the way down, and you will see even if the property is increased 3%, that the property owner will pay $45.15 less than what they paid last year. And I believe that is the intent of our legislators, is not to provide a tax increase to homeowners. Next, we'll look at the Florida Educational Finance Program. And as you have watched legislation, you probably have seen that this formula is beginning to change. But the basis of it is just to ensure that we equalize funding, not only between districts, but also between the students and the services they need to get their education. This is the primary mechanism for funding the operating costs, and it's calculated 5 times a year. The two major times for us is what we refer to as the October count and the February count. And there's also summer programs for ESC, the extended year for ESC students. And then, of course, after the year is finalized, we get what we call is the final calculation, and that comes around September after that fiscal year ends. So it's really important that we have students at school every day, but definitely during those times when they are basically counting who is in the seats. We'll go through the funding components quickly. Full-time equivalent students, and that's basically the number of hours that a student is in school. So some schools, some students have different hours based on the sectionalities or different programs that they are part of. And then that is multiplied by the program cost factor, and we'll look at all these specifically as we go through this PowerPoint. And then you take that full-time equivalent times the program cost factors to come up with what's called a weighted FTE. And then you multiply that times the base student allocation, and now there is a new component called comparable wage factor. It used to be called the DCD, which was like a cost of living. And communities like our community were always under 1. And you'll see with this new comparable wage factor, most communities are now weighted at 1. And that's significant because that impacts the funding. I think there are about 11 school districts that are in excess of 1, and you probably know who they are: Broward, Collier, Palm Beach, Martin, Orange, Sarasota, Lee. So those get probably they get a higher weighting for this comparable wage factor. And then there's other adjustments. Prior period funding, categoricals, and then something called a proration. If you look at the overall school districts, our funding as the state of Florida was reduced by $24 million, and that's a proration to the appropriation. So what was appropriated and what was calculated was different. So there was an adjustment made to all school districts, and Marion County's adjustment was a little less than $400,000 of that $24 million adjustment. So this is the frightful formula that education students kind of ball up at and everybody else. But this is how we receive our funding. And what I wanted to point out to you today is, again, on the first line, that base student allocation, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, but that was increased, and mostly because of the categoricals that have been rolled into the base student allocation. So we had categoricals such as the teacher's salary increase, their instructional materials, and there are a couple of more that now are not considered a categorical in terms of isolating the dollars that we get. They were rolled up into the base student allocation. But what we have done, because we still have to report, what we spent those dollars on, even though they're not a separate categorical, we budgeted the exact amount from last year, with the exception of the teacher salary increase. What we did there is the Department of Education provided that was going to be $16 million for us, for Marion County. $12 million is supposed to be used to maintain the salaries that we'd already established, and the remaining $4 million is for new increases. But that increase because of the base student allocation increase, because those categoricals were rolled into that. I also want to point out one more thing to you. If you go down to the fifth, go down to the fifth row, that instead of saying district discretionary, that should have said state funding supplement. And that is what was put in to help us offset in any increase over what has been predicted to be the family empowerment scholarships. So we will update this slide and get it to you next week. I think I've gone over everything I wanted to in this on this slide, but basically the state and local funding, if you go down to the sixth row, it gives you the required local effort, and it gives you the total local funding of $131.5 million. And right above that is $281.7 million, which is the state funding. So those two together, plus additional revenue that we would receive from state and local services, total $413.2 million. Now, this is just for the general fund operating. It does not impact referendum. It does not impact adult education. But this is the primary function of this calculation, is to assist us in state and local for the general fund operating. So let's look at each one of the categories of the components. You'll see that last year our unweighted FTE ended up during the fourth calc at $46,465. The projected FTE, unweighted FTE for 23-24 is $48,131. So that is an increase of about almost 1,700 FTEs. And then the next part of that formula is the cost factors. What I want to point out to you here on this schedule is that the formula, this went down for K3. It may remain the same for grades 4-8, and it went down for grades 9-12. Again, all of these cost factors, they look at all of the expenditures for all districts, and they determine what the program costs, and then they provide a cost factor for all school districts. Our special programs for at-risk students include the ESOL. That formula went up from 1.206 to 1.208. Our ESC level support 4 and 5, both of those increased for 23-24, predominantly because the class sizes are smaller and the services that those students require are more expensive. What is new this year is that career ed, there was some legislation and talk about career ed. For the past 4 or 5 years, it has been the same factor as our 9-12. But this year, they increased that factor based on the needs of those programs. They have expensive equipment. You've noticed that in referendum, we're able to purchase some of the expensive equipment, but there is now an acknowledgement that of our CTE programs do require additional funding. So we're excited about that because we do put a lot of money from the general fund into those programs. So the unweighted times the program cost factor, we end up with weighted. You can see it went from $51,649 last year to $53,486. What I would provide to you is that this includes the add-ons for our magnet programs. So the additional weights of those programs, ACE, IB, CTE, and industry certification, that is also included here, and that's in we have an estimate in that for that. So we'll go back to the base student allocation. As you can see, that did increase by $552.33. And again, most of that increase is based on those categoricals that have been rolled into the base student allocation. Typically, the base student allocation provides that lets us know that the economy is doing well and that it provides flexibility. But again, because we still have to report those programs, instructional materials, reading, we still have to provide documentation on those programs. We continue to budget them from the prior year. This is just a picture of our district cost differential. We talked about how it used to be for Marion County and most counties except for that top 10, but now it's called comparable wage. And you know, multiplication, you multiply this times this, and if you look at in prior years, we were getting less funding because our cost factor or our district cost differential was less than 1. So this is also a positive. On this slide, we are comparing the per pupil funding. That seems to be a question that we get a lot from the community and others. You know, what are we receiving per pupil? This calculation, we're looking at it at the second calculation, so July of the past 10 years. But what we have added on this screen is to show you that the per pupil funding includes the Family Empowerment Scholarship. So the little white boxes tells you what it actually is without the Family Empowerment Scholarship being included. So it's a little bit different.
Okay.
So do we want to stop here?
Yeah, let's just, thank you, Ms. Bostonellis, for asking. If we have any questions or comments about the first part of this, I do have a clarifying comment or just for information's sake. So based on what you've shown us so far, it looks like that our entire tentative budget is based on a student enrollment of more than 48,000 students for this upcoming school year.
Yes, but that also includes the Family Empowerment Scholarships.
Okay.
So if the 910, if you reduced it by 30 million, that's basically what the budget is before you reduce it by the things that are funded in between funds.
Okay.
So yes.
So the state is anticipating that we will have more than 48,000 students in some capacity funded through public education.
48 FT.
Right.
48 unweighted FTE.
And
which is close to the student count, but again, that changes based on the services that and the hours that the students are in attendance.
Okay.
So yes.
Comment. Any, Dr. Gullit's leaning for?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Boston-Ellis, can we go back to slide 10 just for clarification? For the item there, the comparison of 2023 tax year to 2022, it appears to be an increase, not a decrease, unless I'm missing.
Are we talking about individuals? Which?
At the bottom, page 10, slide 10.
14,216. You're exactly right.
Just want to
Yep, we're incorrect here.
clarification that there's been an increase, not a decrease there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Is
that.
that something that was, I don't believe that particular slide was in the ad, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was not.
It was the previous slide. Okay. All right, terrific. Thank you for that catch, Dr. Gullett. Any additional questions or comments in this first portion before we head into general fund? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Boston-Ellis, whenever you are ready, you are welcome to start.
Just making a note here.
Sure.
Yes, it is an increase, and again, we'll update this slide and bring it to you next.
Thank you.
Let's see. So we'll start on slide 24. Summary of general fund, and this is again the general fund operating, $507 million. You'll see that the state's portion is 55.9%. The local is 28.7%. Our beginning fund balance is estimated at $67.7 million, which represents about 13%. Federal is 0.5%, and transfer ends 1.5% to the total of $7.6 million. So this is just the operating portion. And we'll look at each category, but this particular slide is the summary. And you'll see that between the tentative budget and the approved budget from 22-23, there is a $54 million increase from budget to budget, predominantly in the state and local categories. Again, based on the not only the increase in enrollment, but also the property values, which in turn increase the revenue. So we'll look at just the federal and the federal through states. The federal dollars are basically the revenue that we receive from the military to offset some of the costs of our ROTC programs at all our high schools. The federal through state includes Medicaid. These are dollars that we are allowed to submit for reimbursement for our Medicaid eligible students for various services. The National Forest Fund, we receive those dollars and we share them. These are when trees are cut in the National Forest, and we share those dollars with the county. And then we really don't have much miscellaneous federal through states in the general fund operating. What I want to point out in terms of Medicaid, we use those dollars to offset some of the costs, additional costs for ESE expenditures. General fund operating revenue in the state, the FEFP program showed an increase of $33 million from budget to budget. And also we see in this category, we're required to record class size reduction funding that we receive, and also our VPK program. What I'll point out to you here is we're estimating an increase of about $160,000 for our VPK program. As that program grows, we receive those dollars to supplement the cost of those programs. The next category, general fund operating revenue, local sources. You'll see that, again, based on property values, our local sources increased $17.4 million. And then also extended day, or our MAPS program, is anticipating an increase in revenue of $1.4 million over the prior adopted budget. Our miscellaneous local is $1.6 million, and that includes the revenue we receive from grants. It's an indirect cost that we are allowed to charge the grants, as well as food service for services such as payroll, central warehouse, technology, all those type of services. We are allowed to charge an indirect cost that's approved by the Department of Education to those programs. So those are recorded as miscellaneous local revenue. And then the last category, insurance loss recovery. You all recall the fire technical services, and this is the dollars that we have received so far on the technical service fire, as well as the property damage at Dunlin High School. I believe that had to do with the scoreboard. And then the other financing source services includes a transfer from capital. We transfer $7.6 million for a tentative budget. That is transferred, and it is to cover charter school and also the capital outlay for charter schools. We transfer about $4.5 million from capital to the general fund to offset some of the costs related to technical services and maintenance. And then, of course, the law also allows us to charge property taxes to our capital outlay. So those dollars are transferred to the general fund as well. That is what is included in that transfer. That increase of about $300,000 has to do with the property insurance increase. And I think that was shared with you, I believe in either June, or I believe it was June, that we have an increase in our property insurance. And then there was a transfer in the 22-23 year of about $645,000. Our instructional materials department, or the curriculum department, received a grant that allowed us to retro some of the textbook expenditures that we had. And so this is reimbursing, it was reimbursing the general fund for that particular purchase of textbooks. So we'll move on to the general fund operating, comparison of adopted budget from 22-23 to the 23-24 tentative budget. As you can see, the budgeted expenditures increased $49.7 million more than the prior adopted budget. Of that $49.7 million, it's $24 million was salary and benefits, $17.5 million purchase services, energy services 1.8 thousand, materials and supplies 3.6 million, capital outlay was a small decrease, and then other expenses $3.3 million increase. So we'll start looking at this pictorially, and then we'll dig in to the detail next. So our adopted budget for salaries 22-23 was $232 million. For The 23-24 tentative budget is $249 million. And I think you have a handout that provides, it says tab 3, slide 3233, and that lists the units or the staff comparison. And on the fourth page of that, or fifth, sixth, at the end of that particular item, it will show you that there is a change from 4,794.95 staff to 4,980.5 staff. So that was an increase. You also have another handout after that that says slide 33. And basically that is explaining the changes from the adopted budget 22-23 to the 23-24 tentative budget. And I can go through the handout pretty quickly. For objects 1100, there were 6 new units, assistant principal, the estimated salary increase, and then advanced degree supplements. So that total is about $1 million. For objects 1200, which is predominantly the teachers, there were 78 teachers with an average cost of $55,302, totaling $4.3 million. Estimated salary increase and performance pay, $4.4 million. Reading certification supplement. You may recall that during the year, we provided $1.5 million to those teachers who met the criteria for the reading supplement. So that was not originally budgeted in 22-23, but we did put something in for 23-24. Objects 1300, which is school counselors, testing facilitators, and ESE specialists, and also projected salary increase in that area, and that total is $1.3 million. For objects 1500, which is where our paras are predominantly budgeted, and that's 46 paras. In object 1600, which includes, as you can see, bus aides and our new registered nurses, some plumbers, bookkeepers, clerk generalists, and guidance clerks, plus salary increase projection, that totals $3.2 million. Then we'll move on to the benefits. The adopted budget 22-23, our benefits totaled $87.7 million, and our tentative budget is projecting $94.9 million. There was an FRS increase. We have a blended rate of 13.90%. But most of our employees are at the rate of 11.91%. So there was an increase to 13.57% and an increase of 13.90. So that explains the increase in retirement, the retirement fringe. FICA, those benefits always increase as we add staff. We will have a health insurance increase of about 2%. We did request a 4%, but our health plan is on a calendar year, so the impact to the 23-24 budget will be 2%. So that explains that increase also for our benefits. The next is purchase services, and as you can see, purchase services includes a lot of categories, from professional and technical services to insurance, repairs and maintenance, rentals, communications, utilities, and then, of course, we always have that other purchase service category. So our total for the 22-23 adopted budget is $59 million. For the 23-24 tentative budget, it's projected to be $72.6 million. So it's a $17.5 million increase. Under professional services, that increase is due to family empowerment scholarships, or the projected amount. As you're aware, last year we were about at 23, and we are projecting it to be about 30 million. So a part of that increase is where we record the expenditure of FES. So once we find out what the exact amount is, that expenditure is reduced, and of course, the revenue is also reduced as well. Under here, again, the insurance and bond premiums predominantly due to a slight increase in our student and athletic insurance, as well as the property insurance. You'll see small decreases in in-county and out-of-county travel. The next large increase, $3,900 under other purchase services. That's mainly the charter schools, where we record the charter school expenditure. Also, in the 3,100 professional and technical services, again, I talked about FES, the Family Empowerment Scholarship, but that's where we also record other contracts that we have. The largest ones are Accelerated Academy, our ESC contracts for different therapist services, and then there is some district infrastructure professional services in that budget amount as well. The next category is energy. We, under the 22-23 budget, approved budget, it was $12.4 million. We are estimating for the tentative budget to be $14.3 million. What I point out to you here is under electricity, which is the 4,300 object. As you can see, we had originally budgeted $8.9 million, and we have, as of tentative budget, spent $10.2 million. So we increased the 23-24 budget for electricity to $11.3 million. So there is a change of $2.4 million from budget to budget. The other item that I want to point out to you is under diesel fuel. We had approved budget at 22-23 of $2.8 million, but as you can see, we have spent about $2.7 million as of when we pulled this information for tentative. And we had put in a tentative budget of $2.4 million. So we're going to have to increase that sum to at least get to what we have paid for 22-23 year. Next category is materials and supplies. For 22-23 approved budget, $14.9 million, 23-24 tentative, $18.6 million. So there was an increase of $3.7 million. What I wanted to point out to you here, under 5,200 textbooks, our 22-23 approved budget was $6.6 million. We've actually only spent $1.5 million. So the remaining of that budget plus the 23-24 allocation has been rebudgeted in the 23-24 year. I had asked Jonna, how much did we spend on textbooks out of ESSER, and that was about $4.8 million last year, and we have budgeted around $300,000 out of ESSER for textbooks for the 23-24 year. I think that was important to note because we typically only get about $3.5 million for instructional materials, and we tend to save the money up for the adoptions. So ESSER has provided some assistance in the adoptions by paying almost $5 million for textbook purchases in the 22-23 year. Next is capital outlay. $9.7 million in the 22-23 adopted budget and $8.9 million in tentative budget for 23-24. What I'd like to point out to you here under the 6,400 furniture, fixtures, and equipment, that's $7.9 million. A lot of that has to do with, we had some portables there in the budget originally. We had some furniture for the portables. There was some custodial equipment and some technology equipment. So some of it's true furniture and fixtures, and some of it's things like computers and other equipment. We are estimating for the tentative budget that amount will be $4.2 million, which is reflective of a decrease of $3.7 million. Some of the budget for technology, for refresh, is being paid out of ESSER, and this is what I talked to you about, recurring costs. So ESSER is helping offset some of our refresh costs for the 23-24 year, but we have to always keep in mind when those dollars go away, those type of expenditures will come back to the general fund operating unless we find another funding source. Under 6,800, which is remodeling, you'll see an increase of $1.2 million, and that's basically the technical services building. We've started to pay for some of those expenditures to rebuild that building. The next category is other expenses and transfers. Dues and fees typically includes things like licensing. It's things we pay for, like for all of our dual enrollment programs, for the magnet programs. Those type fees are paid out of this particular object. Other personal services tends to be things like stipends, and then the miscellaneous, a lot of that are the categoricals that we roll over from year to year, and until the school tells us where to put those dollars, they are rebudgeted in that 7,900 miscellaneous expenditures. And then we talked a little bit about transfers already. For Camp Kiwanis, food service submits reimbursement for those the food costs for Camp Kiwanis, but anything that is over what we get reimbursed through food service, the general fund has to pay for that, and it's typically under $20,000. It's not a lot. So our total budgeted expenditures, $12.4 million, and the tentative budget for 23-24 is $15.7 million, which is a change from budget to budget, $3.3 million. Next, if we want to stop and talk about expenditure.
Dr. James has a question.
Okay.
I know that Dr. Campbell and I have previously expressed interest in an athletic capital outlay line item. Slide 43, is that where that would have been indicated, or is that somewhere else?
We're working on that calculation now. And what we will do is transfer those dollars from the general fund to the internal accounts fund.
Okay.
But what we're doing is submitting, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, to cover all of the officials. The schools provided an estimated cost by school, by sport, and that totaled about $250,000. So we would transfer those dollars. It's not recorded in here, but you will see it when we do the final budget. It'll be a part of it then.
Okay, and so you said to cover officials, so the intention is is that the limitation then? We're considering transferring funds with the limitation of just covering officials?
There is also some dollars being allocated to athletics out of Title IV, and we'll talk about that next week.
Okay.
Okay.
I just had, figured it was a capital expense of some kind, so I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
The best way to handle that is just to provide the funding to the schools.
Yeah.
And then as we did in COVID, I don't know if you remember how it was handled during COVID. We provided the funds to the schools, and then they provided documentation as to how they spent it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Thank you for that question, Dr. James, and it does, I guess that's the request of the schools and the athletic directors, that
Yes.
they want funding for the officials as opposed to funding for transportation. That's my only question. But if it's coming direct from Mr. Tucker and the athletic directors, I know that both of those are large costs for those athletic departments, and so if the request is for referees over transportation, then that's up to them.
That's what they provided. They did provide an estimate for transportation, but we settled on the priority being the officials. So hopefully in the future we can continue to add dollars to support athletics.
Okay, thank you. Dr.
To that point, one of the things that I want to stress, and it's a conversation that we've had, and Ms. Dobbins and I have had it as well, I am not a believer that schools should cover the costs to get a sport started. So if a field needs clay for students to play on it, facilities should cover the cost to put the clay on the field. Just like facilities are fertilizing fields, Ms. Dobbins shared that earlier. If a softball field needs clay before it can be played on, those softball players, this is this board member's opinion, should not have to fundraise to put clay on a field to play on. That should be a cost that we are building into our district budget to cover. Now, if you have a coach like Coach Hoffman, who coaches boys basketball at Forest, and he's an expert fundraiser, and they literally look like a professional basketball team everywhere they go because they're dressed to the nines because he fundraises a lot, that should absolutely be a team expense, a school expense. But the floor in the basketball gym being ready to play on, or the basketball hoop coming up and down, or the balls to play the basketball, those should all be expenses that come from the district side of the budget, in my opinion, not the school side. And I do believe we still have a discrepancy in that, and that there are teams who are having to fundraise to literally prepare their field for play. And while referees, sure, that will help, because there are sports that literally don't get enough gate money to cover the cost of the refs for the sport. Girls basketball at some schools would be an example of that. There are still sports that are making money that are having to spend a lot of that gate money just to upkeep their facilities for play. And this board member, and I think there are others who feel similarly, have a problem with that. And I realize everything costs money, but there's significant data to support that student athletes are great students, and is really it's a wonderful program to have. And so I can appreciate covering referees, and it's $250,000, but for me, that's not going to do it. So I don't know if that's a discussion for now or later, and please direct me correctly, but it's a greater conversation about what that cost is, because we, from the district side, I believe, need to do a better job.
I really can't speak to a lot of that, so I would have to get back with staff and have that discussion. But I know in the summers we do a district expense for the basketball courts, the refinishing. I know that there is an expense. When an issue came up this past year, we did agree to meet when there are issues at schools and make the decision whether it is a district expense or a, as you say, something extra the school wants to do. So we did, I think we made headway with that by saying we wouldn't just say no, and I'm saying we, the district staff, we wouldn't just say no, we don't do that, but we would actually have a discussion about it. Because I'm thinking of one particular incident. But I think the lines of communication are open with Mr. Tucker and Dr. Livingood and their staff and Mrs. Margaret Talbot Irving. And we said, just like we do with unit control, we would get together if there was an issue that we needed to address and determine where the funding would come from. And I don't know if that answers your question, but there are expenditures that the district covers. We probably just haven't done a good job of sharing that with you, and you only hear about what we don't do.
And I appreciate that. I know that the district is covering some expenses, like the fertilization of the fields. But like, does Bellevue High School have scoreboards yet on the softball field? Does anyone know the answer to that? Anyone know? Because I think the answer is no.
And I'm not trying to.
No. Do you know the answer?
Gullett wants to say something, but I wanted to chime in a bit because scoreboards is something that potentially is not the refinishing of the floor. It's not the air conditioning in the gym, honestly. And so I am going to echo much of what Dr. James has said. I appreciate that we're trying to allocate funds to assist in our athletic departments if referees are where they want it. But capital expenses, for a long time, this district has forsaken our facilities when it comes to athletics. And not just the student athletes are great students. It builds camaraderie and school spirit, and it really causes students, all students, to want to participate in school climate and culture because they can rally around their sports teams. And I think we've forsaken that. This is a personal opinion. I think we've forsaken that aspect of it, even to the point of the middle school gymnasiums not having air conditioning. And so it still has been just astonishing to me that that was something that we have forsaken. And so I'm grateful for those ESSER dollars that we're able to fix that, because middle schools also need to have the opportunity to have school sports that we're engaging in. So I don't want to belabor that point. I know Dr. Gullett wants to chime in, and you might want to as well again, Dr. James. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To both of your points, I could not agree more. I think this is a conversation we've had a couple of times, and I know that the team already has worked with those title dollars, especially the Title IV dollars. And something that had, I think, not occurred before is that the athletics extracurricular not being embedded in the long-term work plan, which is now the intention for that going forward. We have to readjust. We all know better than anyone that we have limited dollars, but it is an essential part of helping every student succeed. So, and it speaks to me to fairness and access to students in every part of the entire county. I've had conversations directly with staff at schools and learning about what we have and traditionally have not funded to provide some fairness to dollars, regardless of what someone can raise. I would use the word carefully standardization. So you have at least a baseline, that all schools have something as a baseline. And then we can speak to, if you want to go above and beyond and do something special, that's great. We'd be happy to support looking at that, but there needs to be a baseline. So standardization, baseline, however you want to define it. But that is something I feel about, strongly about as a superintendent, and we're working to try to do that. So we're not there yet, but we need to. And in those conversations have, as Ms. Boston Ellis stated, have already begun. And with Ms. Dobbins in her role and all the others at the table, there's progress to address that, and that will continue to be a priority. We will bring back to you some of those pieces that have been done so far and some next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't belabor it anymore. It's something that's important to me, and I think Bellevue High School is an example, but I really hope that they will not enter baseball and softball season without scoreboards again, because I, as a board member, am going to have a very big problem with that, because they have raised the money for the scoreboards. And I'm sorry, I just don't think schools should have to raise double the amount of money or triple the amount of money just to get a scoreboard installed. So we have to figure out how to cover that as a district if they have raised the money for the actual device. So it's going to be a pricking point for me. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So
I
I'm sure.
align with those comments.
Yeah, I'm sure that everyone's listening who is involved with this, and we'll get together and bring that summary back to you to see if it meets what your requirements are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on.
I consider myself, I hold the purse. I don't tell you where to put the money. You make the decision as board members as long as it's legal and ethical. And I continue to tell staff that we just have to make a decision about the finite funds we have and where they get allocated, but not against any of this. I want that on the record. The fund balance is something that has come to the attention, especially after the recession of the Department of Revenue and legislators, as well as our accountants and the credit rating agencies. They're all concerned about what they call fund balance, and they all have different categories of what they consider fund balance to be. You may recall, may not, we created a new category in the board policies to use something called committed, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But again, there is Florida statute requirement. The minimum we should have is 3% of revenue. Our auditors like to see 5 to 7%, because remember I showed you where our revenues were increasing up until the recession hit, and then the revenues went away. And a lot of school districts had issues with being able to pay their debt because they had gone over that capacity to borrow. Again, the rating agencies, which will be very important to us in a few months as we borrow funds to build those schools and those wings that we talked about. So our rating and our fund balance is tied into that, because in their minds that shows what are our potential to handle anything that happens. It's our rainy day fund. Again, it shows financial stability, and we should not be using it for recurring expenditures. So you have a handout, but I want to just go through these really quick. Non-spendable is like inventory and prepaids. We have to reserve for that, because once that equipment or those expenditures occur, we have to pay for them. But while they are sitting in an asset account, we have to show them as non-spendable. The next category is restricted. All of our categoricals, if we do not spend all of them, we have to roll them over to the next year. So those we have to reserve for as well. And then that category called committed, and I may want to bring that board policy, I probably should bring that back to you next week so you can see it. And that committed is really like a rainy day fund. So we wanted to start out to put 2% in that. And so when there are economy downturns, when there's a major hurricane and we don't get our money back for 3 or 4 years, if we get it back at all from FEMA, we will know we will have money set aside to make those payments. And that was what was added to the board policy for the 22-23 year. We think we might have been a little aggressive about it because we said 2% every year until we got to 10%, and we may want to look at reducing that. But just making sure we have some dollars set aside that could not be touched unless there was a board mandate saying you have to use those dollars. The assigned, you may remember when we got the rebate from Florida Blue for savings that we had. We saved that money in assigned for several years until we got ready to set up our self-insurance fund. So that's what assigned is. We also can use assigned if you think about next year's budget, 23-24's budget, we are able also to use fund balance from the prior year to help offset what we call a budget shortfall. And then also, the last category is unassigned, and that's where we put the 3% that's required by Florida legislation, and anything else we also put in the unassigned. We call it unassigned other. This slide is a little hard to read, so we provided another attachment for you. And it says reference tab 3, slide 49. Forty 47? Should be 49. And this gives you a sort of a picture of how the pie, if you will, is split. So of the projected ending fund balance of $67.7 million, we have, if we go from right to left, we have assigned $20.3 million, and that's for that budget shortfall that we spoke of. The next is the unassigned 3%, and then the other unassigned is 3.94%. So we have total of 6.94% in unassigned to the total of $25.9 million. On the arrows, it talks about the financial condition, and our financial condition, which includes assigned and unassigned, for the end of 22-23 is $12.37 million. So we're well within recommendations for the credit rating agencies and, of course, the auditors. Our non-spendable, which includes prepaids and also inventory is $3.1 million. Our restricted, which is the categoricals, are $10.9 million as well. And then that committed, that 2%, is $7.3 million. So we are establishing what our savings account will be in case of different catastrophes that could occur. Are there any questions about fund balance?
So just for clarification, and this is in our extras, but it's not the next page. I'm just wanting to make sure. So this is the one that says reference tab 3, slide 49, and we're looking at the top of it, says 18.07% of revenue, but then the actual amount is 12.37%. So this is what we're saying is fund balance. The next page shows a different amount, so I just want to make sure that it's not.
Right.
Okay.
I just wanted to see if there were any questions about 22-23 year.
Okay, all right. So 22-23, we finished off with 12.37%.
Right. And that is as of tentative, so
Okay.
that's when we cut off the spending. I think it was probably the 1st of July. So since then, there's been several weeks of expenditure, so you should see a change in that number by the time we get to final.
Okay.
So the next handout is the 23-24 year. And what that is showing is that we are projecting that we will have $33.3 million in ending fund balance, or 7.59% of revenue. Again, we don't record restricted because the assumption when you build a budget is that you're going to spend all the money that you've budgeted. We don't record restricted categoricals until the actual year end. The next category to the left, we just estimate $1 million in non-spendable inventory. Again, that is adjusted when we do the actual year end. So unassigned, we are projecting that the 3% plus the additional 4.17% will equal 18.3 million. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble seeing here. So what we're saying is that unassigned will be 4.17%. And so our financial condition that we are anticipating, again, it includes an estimate of additional family empowerment scholarships as well as FTE audit adjustments. So we're just estimating that may be about $6 million because we don't know what that's going to be. We don't know what our FTE adjustments are. If you look at the 22-23 year, we had close to about $2 million of adjustments based on projected versus actual FTE and the revenue it generated. So that's just an estimate that we put in there. So our financial condition, again, for total assigned and unassigned, is 5.53%, again, well within what auditors would require between 5 and 7%. We know traditionally our fund balance grows. I think it was around 35 million for 22-23 budgeted year. We know that our fund balance grows for many reasons, a lot of which it has to do with staff. We don't fill every position, so that grows. Or we don't spend all of the dollars that have been allocated to us as departments. So typically our fund balance grows when we come to the actual end of the year. But this is the estimate for the 23-24 year.
Any additional questions on fund balance before we move on to adult education? Okay. You can continue on, Ms. Boston-Ellis.
Okay, thank you. So next we'll go to the adult education program. As you are aware, workforce funds this program as well as student fees, tuition, and otherwise. So we are projecting that budget, our revenue source will be $10.4 million. I think I'll just stay on the summary schedule. There wasn't much change between the 22-23 budget versus the 23-24 tentative budget. A slight reduction. You may be wondering about where is the $5 million for the construction. It's my understanding that that will be a grant, and we have not been notified when those dollars will come. So that is not included in this budget. Again, they receive some federal dollars, predominantly grants. This is just an estimate of what it might be. Their state dollars, again, are the workforce dollars, and they do have some performance incentive funding. But they're outside of the workforce. Their predominant revenue comes from the fees that are paid by students, course fees, and others. And that's about 3.7 million for the tentative 2023-24 budget. As far as expenditures for adult ed, you'll see that it's budgeted 1.6 million less than prior year adopted budget. A lot of the changes in this become budget amendments during the year. So it's not reflective of the program going backwards, not at all. I think you have a handout with the units for, or the staff for MTC. Should say tab 3, slide 59 and 60. What you will notice on this, not only the handout, but also the PowerPoint slide here, is it does not include their part-time. That is being worked on now, the estimate for their part-time salaries. So you will see they have about 52.5 staff budgeted for the 23-24 year. It's a slight increase, one staff over the approved budget from 22-23. But there again, it appears that there's a reduction. There is not. They just have not budgeted their part-time, and that will be done prior to the final budget. Again, if they have full-time employees, they are part of our FRS system, and all of their salary, all of their benefits are paid as the general fund operating. For purchase services on slide 64, they budgeted $835,000, 22-23. There's a slight increase of $166,000 for their 23-24 tentative budget. As you can see, not much change in their activities. On slide 65, you'll see an illustration of their energy services, $149,000 for their 22-23 budget. And for the 23-24 tentative, $556. It's an increase of about $400,000, predominantly in electricity. Materials and supplies. $841,000 for 22-23 approved budget, tentative budget $897,000, an increase of about $56,000. Their budgets are very stable. They took full advantage of the ESSER dollars or CARES dollars for MTC, and used a lot of those dollars to meet the needs of their students. For capital, last year, $128,000 for the 22-23 budget. The tentative budget, just a little higher, $156,000. So other expenditures, basically, again, not much change, $8.6 million on slide 72, and then a decrease of $6.9 million. It looks like the other expenses was $349,000, 22-23, and then for 23-24, $357,000. So it wasn't much of a change. So their total budget, again, it reflected a $1.6 million change from approved budget to tentative, but again, there are some expenditures that were not included. So those will be adjusted by final. So basically, they're stable from the approved budget for 22-23 versus the tentative budget. And as far as their fund balance, everything they don't spend gets rolled over to the next year. So not much there. They're anticipating about 3.5 million. And I think by the time we finalize all of their entries, it'll be more like $1 million because of the expenditures that were not a part of this. And we also have what's called a CAPE carryover. Those also were not budgeted and tentative, and we'll have to move those dollars that were not spent over to the 23-24 budget. So let's talk about referendum.
One question.
Any questions about adult education?
I just have a clarifying question.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about the general fund adult ed ending fund balance,
Mm-hmm.
are those funds reserved specifically for MTC?
Yes.
So I have heard before, at the end of the year, when they have a surplus for tuitions and whatever, and they have $500,000 in surplus, that gets rolled into the general Marion County Public School budget and not saved for MTC. Is that not accurate?
That is not accurate.
Okay, so the extra money for MTC is reserved for MTC to use on future things.
Yes, it will roll over and it'll be a part of their revenue. If I can go back to, let's see. Sometimes the confusion, Dr. James, is because the operating budget, the adult ed budget, and referendum, we have to report them as general fund combined.
Okay.
But we have distinct funds for each one of them. 1,000 is general fund operating, 1,100 is the adult ed, and 1,300 is the fund for referendum. So they are distinct, separate, and they do receive, let's see.
So if they run more programs and generate more revenue and kind of operate as a business, that and money, that surplus that they're creating, they get to keep to reinvest into other programs and products to
Absolutely.
amplify their services.
Right, so if you look
Okay.
at that slide there, see what page it is. Page 52, slide 52, you will see they have a beginning fund balance of $2.1 million. So that is the money left over from the prior year.
And so that site leader can use that money to purchase, let's say they wanted to start a new program and they could use that money to create a new program?
As long as they are following the adult education criteria.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, of course,
Yes.
but
Yes, that money is rolled over to them. So they will start out with the beginning fund balance of 2.1 million, but you do have to budget your revenues and your expenditures. What they would need to do and what we have explained to them before, if you are going to use that fund balance, you need to actually budget what you're going to do with those dollars.
okay.
So it's really just math. It's really 2 million beginning.
Don't make me say what I always say, Ms. Bostonellis.
What you, oh. No, it's really just math because you're taking your beginning fund balance, your revenue that you know you're going to generate, and your expenditures should include what you want to do with that 2 million. But what they have to keep in mind is you cannot operate in a deficit.
Mhm.
There was 1 year when they did operate in a deficit, and the general fund operating had to offset that.
So the adult ed program is kind of like a site-based budgeting model, but just for adult ed, right?
Yes, and they are self-supporting. They pay their utilities, they pay salaries and fringe for their employees, even though it would be paid out of our payroll department and the general fund
Yes.
operating. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you for that clarification.
And we'll be happy to have someone sit down with them
I
and
think-
explain that.
I think that would be necessary.
I think so
Because my
too.
questions are not coming from outer space. So there was definitely conversations had with me previously that would possibly come from a place of confusion regarding this. So I think they would be very excited to know they had $2 million to grow a program.
Right, they know it. It's just a matter of
Yeah.
sending staff. And we have assigned staff to them to help.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. James, for bringing that up. I also have last year's tentative budget, like exactly a year ago from today, you know, what we were looking at. Last year, their beginning fund balance was $828,000. So this year, knowing that they have 2.1 million, they've done a good job to be fiscal steward, you know.
Yes.
Very good stewards of their money, but they also need to know that the money that they have can be used for what the purposes are, and it's budgeted and allocated there for their beginning fund balance and so forth. So thank you for bringing that point up. I agree.
But I also love the fact that MTC could be used. Now, granted, it's a for-profit program, so it's a little bit different because they have students who potentially are who are paying for services. But as we continue the site-based budgeting discussion, it could be a great way to use it as a model for how one could operate a site-based budget, because essentially that's what it is, right?
Right, their funds come from the workforce development, basically, the largest part of it. And then the other large part comes from fees. But remember, we can't charge students fees.
Yes, so, and that's a little bit different.
Yes,
certainly,
it is.
but it's still managing the money and all of those kinds of things, so I think.
Yeah, I think when we've had principals that leave a school and go to that MTC, they kind of struggle with that because they know at a school, if they go over their budget, that there's still some other funds they could use, whether it's grants or whether it's calling the district and say, hey, you know, we need to be bailed out, or and so when you are at MTC, you are having to operate like you're a for-profit, and within those things.
Well, and we, as Dr. Campbell pointed out, we've done a great job in the last year, being a very good steward, Mr. Smallridge and his team has, so,
right.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah, and ESSER helped, just like it helped us.
Certainly.
I think they called them HERF dollars that they received to build up their programs, so.
And thank you also for the clarification that we're grateful for the appropriation that we're receiving from Marion Technical, but it's not reflected here anywhere in our budget because it's coming in as a grant. We don't know when it's coming, and so at this point, while we know it's been appropriated, we don't know exactly when it's coming to us. So thank you for clarifying that as well.
We have not been shared any information about that, and our expectation is that MTC would let us know, and I'm sure they will as soon as they find out, so that we can budget for that.
Any other adult ed questions? Moving on to referendum.
Okay. So we're all very well aware of the referendum, and it was voted, I guess, back in 2018. We got our first extension, and then we have another extension for the next 4 years, and it is $1 million, and we're estimating we will receive $33.5 million. You're all aware of all the uses, and the second referendum added safety. So other than that, it's all the same programs, it's class size, it's paraprofessionals, art, music, media, PE. There were things that have been added along the way, vocational. We added PE techs along the way as a district. We've added paras to support art and music. And again, as I said, we've also added funds for safety. Referendum is just like an MTC in the sense that any funds that are not expended in a year are rolled over to referendum in the following year. So you will see the beginning fund balance is $11.8 million. There is no 3% requirement or anything on referendum because all of it's restricted and all of it moves over into the referendum for the next year. What I can say about this is because it's based on local taxes, which we don't start seeing until the end of November, December. We look to fund balance to carry the expenditures from July through November. So between $7 and $11 million in fund balance is good, and that covers all those expenditures that occur, salary, benefits, vocational programs. It covers those expenditures until we start actually receiving tax revenue. All of those funds are local. As you can see, it's an increase from the prior year of $4.9 million. And I probably say this too much, but it's based on the increase in the property values. So $28 million for adopted budget in 22-23, and we're estimating $33.5 million. As you can see, as of the time that we stopped for the 22-23 year, we had received $27.9 million, but I've seen some transfers from the tax collector since then. So we should meet our revenue estimate for 22-23. Again, just providing to you the local revenue breakdown. There are some additional revenues that we do not budget for because we're not sure. The tax redemptions, those are for when people pay the property taxes of those tax rolls that they wish to purchase, and that was $91,000, and then an estimated actual $254,000 in interest. We're not expecting to see interest climb as much as it did in 22-23, so we really don't budget for that until we know for sure what we're receiving. You're familiar with all of these programs that we have in the past. The total budgeted expenditures, $37.6 million. Let's see, for class size, it's 18.2 million. That's not only teachers, but also the paras that we were requested to add back, the kindergarten paras. The next category is physical education, 2.8 million. That is the PE teachers as well as the PE technicians. Also, in most of these categories, we have added funds for supplies for the different programs, whether it was PE or media or art and music. Going back to the schedule, vocational programs, 2.3 million, 1.3 for media, art 1.8, music 1.9, professional development. It says $1 million there, but it's really about half of that. And we have already made that correction, and you'll see that in the final. Safe Schools is $7.5 million. That's almost double what we have done in the past based on the needs of safe schools and being conscious of what we can actually spend out of referendum. So we can do the fences, but we are doing some of the costs of the SROs, also equipment, guardians, and I'll go through those in a little bit. But the last category is charter schools. We are now required to share not only the 1.5 mil with charter schools, but also the referendum. And based on our estimate, it's going to be $775,000 for 23-24 year. They have to abide by the same rules that we do. So what they use these funds for have to fit in one of the categories that were approved by taxpayers. So let's talk about class size. Class size, and which includes the classroom teachers and the paraprofessionals. 163 classroom teachers at 12.1 million, and 179 paraprofessionals, $5.9 million. And again, we had started attritioning out the kindergarten paras, but based on a request by you as the board, we added them back for the 23-24 year. So now we're at 179. Next, physical education. I already mentioned the teachers and the PE techs, as well as the materials and supplies. Typically for PE, I think they're buying fitness equipment and different things that they're using in their programs, limited to some materials and supplies and equipment. Vocational programs, as you recall, was a big item when the referendum was first approved. We wanted to expand the program. We're now up to 20 teachers, mostly associated with the new programs that have been added. We use some of these funds to pay for bus drivers, what we call trip tickets for student activities, getting students back and forth not only to MTI, but different activities that are involved with transporting the students related to vocational. 71,000 in purchase services, which are technical rentals, diesel fuel, again, associated with transporting students, materials and supplies. And as you can see, there's large dollar amount, $515,000 for the capital outlay, and that's that expensive equipment that is required by the newer programs. And then there's some miscellaneous technology of $3,150. The next, again, is media, 16 media specialists. And I might add, these are at elementary schools, and then, of course, library materials, which includes DVDs, books, and equipment. So elementary schools are getting, they're getting additional materials and supplies, as well as supporting those teaching units that were first cut when we hit the recession. Media services, 16 media specialists, and then library materials as well. Oh, and I'm on the art. Okay. Art. 18 art teachers, and I think 2 years ago we added art paras to assist in the class with art teachers. It's 0.5 of a coordinator that handles both art and music, and again, materials and supplies. Music, 18 music teachers at the elementary school. We added the 8.5 paras, 0.5 of a coordinator, and music allocation. What's different about this is we are providing a music allocation to all music programs in the middle and the high, not just for band. The district used to pay for just the band for high school, and now referendum allows us to allocate these funds to other music programs. And professional development, this is the one that I told you about, is covering supplements, and it really should be about $500,000, and it will be reduced by final budget. This is used to help our new teacher training, and also provide stipends and supplements to the teachers who assist them through the year. So Safe Schools. I think I mentioned that this budget has, I think, doubled from 22-23. Purchase services, which is a portion of the resource officer costs. And then again, as I said, miscellaneous includes the guardian stipends as security equipment and training. You have a handout that says tab 3, slide 91, that provides the number of staff. And again, sort of gone through the detail of cost, classroom teachers, and then of course there was a $3 million increase in that, and then a $1.6 million increase in paraprofessionals. And as the salary goes, the benefits goes, and there's a $2.2 million increase in salaries and benefits. The largest increase on purchase services is under other purchase services, and I believe that's predominantly related to Safe Schools. The utilities or energy costs is related to the bus drivers, bus trips that are taken. And materials and supplies, we talked about the allocation of consumable supplies to all of the schools, as well as the vocational program. And let's see, under capital, predominantly that furniture, fixture, and equipment is related to the vocational program. Other expenses and transfers, just a small increase in that. Dues and fees typically is license fees that are being paid for programs, and that's probably related to our professional leadership and learning. So total expenditures, 25.5 for the 22-23 budget. For the 23-24 tentative budget, $37.5 million, an increase of $12 million. Again, whatever their fund balance ends up being, that's allocated to the next year. So while we are estimating that at the end of 22-23, there'll be about at $11 million, we're estimating at the 23-24 year, it'll be about $7.8 million. We always like to remind everyone, because a lot of times when we go places, people ask about the lottery dollars. And originally they were provided to school districts, and this is just looking at 2013 and going forward. But we used to get quite a bit of funds from the lottery dollars, but now they are moved over to the post-secondary, so paying for Bright Futures. So it was split between the discretionary lottery and school recognition. So those, in the old days, it was if a school got an A or if they improved their grade letter 2 grades. And as you can see, during the COVID period, there was no allocation for either of discretionary lottery or school recognition. And but in 22-23, we received a little under $700,000, and I did have the schools that got that money, but I don't have that in front of me. And the last item, which is a change, we had been receiving from $502,000 all the way through to $837,000 for our teacher classroom supply assistant funds. In the 22-23 year, this is a part of that base student allocation, and we were required to provide $300 to each teacher. And the law says that it has to be to the teachers by September 1, which is different than what it has been in the past. We have to provide a report to DOE. So as we are hiring teachers, we are submitting the names to Class Wallet, who handles that payment for us, so that they can go out and shop. So we are continuing to do that as we are hiring teachers. Also, you may recall that a few years ago, one board member said, even if a teacher didn't qualify, because there were specific stipulations, we needed to provide funds to all teachers or instructional units. So we are continuing to do that as well. The difference is for the 23-24 year, everyone gets a flat $300. Questions, comments, anything we need to bring back to you next week in addition to what you have requested?
Board? I have one question.
Dr. James.
What is the fine for going over class size?
That fine has been removed for the 23-24 year, but we have been warned to be careful how we tread on intentionally not meeting class size. I hope I answered that correctly.
So
we are currently under because we have choice programs, we can look at it based on a school-wide average, not class by class. But there was stipulation in legislation, and Dr. Gullett, correct me if I'm wrong, that removed that penalty. But they are still going to measure it in February, October and February.
I ask because as a school leader personally, I would rather have students in front of a qualified educator and have more students in a class and hire a non-instructional personnel to support that qualified educator than to have a class full of students in front of a substitute or plugging people in throughout the year. And so it's a balancing act, and I do believe under Dr. Gullett's leadership, it's a principal discretion kind of how they want to manage that on their site. But when I look at the referendum funds on, I think it's slide 83, talking about hiring to meet class size, there's a whole part of our referendum that's focused on that.
Correct.
However, we also have how many vacancies. And so my question is, how do we determine, so we're not, I hope we fill every vacancy, but if we don't, how do we determine where the funding for those vacancies comes from, whether it comes from the referendum pot or the other pot? Because if it came from the referendum pot, so let's say we prioritized filling the vacancies with general fund, and I'm probably going to butcher all the terms, so correct me, but if the vacancies were then left in the referendum bucket and they weren't filled, we could then use that money for school safety.
Yes.
Is that how we structure it currently?
We've built the budget based on the staffing plan.
I didn't ask my question the right way.
I think you did. We build the budget based on the staffing plan, but if there are vacancies that the district makes a decision not to fill, then those funds can be moved to safety. But the staffing plan would need to be adjusted. I've had discussions with Ms. Talbot Irving about that in the last 2-3 weeks because they're looking for creative ways to do just what you've said. And so as long as we have that in the staffing plan, we have to have a budget associated with that. But if a decision is made to reduce those numbers, then we would unfund those units, and then it could be used for other items.
So I'm going to use Ms. Drewer is an example. On this spreadsheet that you gave us, there are 16 class size units allocated to Marion Oaks. I think, if my eyes aren't blurring. 16 class size units afforded to Marion Oaks. I don't know how many vacancies Ms. Drewer has, but obviously we bolstered Marion Oaks with lots of students, so she had more vacancies to fill this summer. If she doesn't fill 5 of those vacancies, for example, and decided to collapse units, could those 5 vacancies then be that money be given to Safe Schools, or to add an art teacher to her school, or another art para, or is there flexibility to do those kinds of things?
I would say yes, Dr. James, but again, we would have to unfund those units from a budgetary, because I never want us to end up saying we're going to collapse, then we hire, then we've hired more than what we've budgeted. So for just the mechanics of how we would treat it, if that decision is made, we would reduce the budget for that teaching unit and then increase the budget for safety or what other category is, but that would come before you as a budget amendment.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, I think so. The more opportunity we can give to school sites to have flexibility with how they, as you know, talking about site-based budgeting, and so some principals look at it differently. Some principals would rather have a perm sub or paraprofessional and leading the instruction, but others would rather collapse units and pull together. And so as much as this board and with Dr. Gullett can provide that flexibility to those site leaders to move things around to best utilize their site and what they have on their campus, I want to support that. And that's from this board member seat. But I guess I'm asking, if the money is left over, can we use it for something else? And I think you're saying, yes, we just have to record it correctly. Okay.
I mean, that from the budgetary perspective. But again, as you stated, the referendum was approved to reduce class size. And also, although there is no penalty, that should not be, that we shouldn't be not meeting class size just because there is no penalty.
But if there is no adults to hire to reduce the class size, we cannot reduce class size. If there's no qualified person to hire, then we have the absence of reducing class size. Correct. Because we cannot. So if we then have other line items we could spend the money on that would still enhance the educational experience of a student. And I think history has shown hiring a non-instructional personnel is an easier task than hiring instructional personnel. So if we could hire paraprofessionals or art paras or music paras or Safe Schools, purchase Safe Schools equipment that are all still falling under referendum, I'm just asking if that flexibility is there. And I think the answer is yes, as long as that's what the board decides to do. Okay.
And as I said, I've been speaking with Ms. Talbot Irving, and she said they're looking for creative ways to do just what you said, get a qualified teacher in front of students. We've just been talking about, how that would look. And the comment I made to her is the same one I made to you, that we would need to unfund those units because, we don't want to just by mistake fill a teacher unit, plus we've already done something else with the funds that we're transferring over to another category. So from mechanics, we can do that if that is the decision of the administration and the board.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. And yeah, I've really tossed this around for a long time too. And going down a creative and careful road while maintaining a cushion,
yes,
I'm all for it. And the schools are as unique as the school itself. So having that those proposals come from the school level would be really important. The idea of reducing class size was to increase quality instruction. You know, that's where it comes from. So in my mind, it would be a lot easier to have a discussion around if there was more of a qualifier of a statement. You know, reducing class size, less kids, but not increasing quality of instruction is not getting us to where reducing class size was intended, you know, to go. And also, there may be teachers at a specific school site that absolutely have no problem taking 3, 4, 5 extra students, especially with a cushion maintained, that teacher may somehow get, you know, extra money, you know, for doing that. You know, and I know I'm talking outside the box here, and it's nothing we're voting on, you know, just letting the ideas flow. Because things can be taken out of context and can be used in ways that aren't intended. And that's why I started this by saying it's all about providing the quality of instruction. You know, not about taking more kids so you can make more money, and most teachers wouldn't be doing it for that reason. I'm convinced of that. But might as well just put it out there. That there may be teachers that would be very grateful to have a paraprofessional. Wouldn't count as reducing class size because a paraprofessional is not instructed, you know, and I understand that. But the outcome, you know, talking about outcomes and putting these conversations out there that have kind of been going on for a long time as people have observed the implications and the sometimes even unintended consequences of what was a really good idea and still is. So I'm on board with continuing this conversation and for all the right reasons.
And I have to give you credit, Ms. Strower, you mentioned this to me several months ago, and I remember my response was like, I don't know if we can do that. But at the time, I didn't realize that there would be no penalty, but I think it has to be in the right framework, as all of you are stating, and
right.
Not just because we're trying to avoid a penalty, but
because
for the right reasons.
Well, you know, you take the penalty, but do what's right for kids, and the offset will be better. But I'm glad to hear that there isn't a penalty per se, but there's also a big note of caution, because I could see how this could truly get abused.
And that's where my initial question came from, was what is the cost, the ROI? So what is the cost of the fine, and is the return on investment? And it's philosophical, so people are going to have different opinions on it, but if getting kids in front of a qualified educator is valued more, and this is a very qualitative statement, so I apologize for that, but then the fine costs, that is something that this board member would entertain, because for me, that is more valuable. Now, people will have different philosophical takes on that, but I would at least like to know, and again, fine, there's no fine this year, but thinking about it for the future, what is that cost of that fine versus what would it look like? And so I think Ms. Thurr and I would agree on at least understanding comprehensively what that would look like.
Mm-hmm. I think that decision was made many years ago by Superintendent Yancey. It was, what would it cost us to meet class size versus the penalty, and there was a year when we took the penalty, but that was prior to the referendum. But I'm just saying that what you're saying is not just philosophical, but it was a reality, and school districts had to make that decision, and then our community supported us with the referendum to meet that need.
And in a perfect world, we would hire all of the units in the referendum that are being funded, and every instructional position that we have would be filled with a qualified educator. But in all reality, that's not where we are. And so getting creative and trying to find workarounds is also something we can consider.
So, Board, if you don't mind, I would like to weigh in as an individual board member as well. I've been awaiting this referendum budget, and frankly, as an individual board member, since we're kind of speaking in those terms right now, I am not comfortable at all, specifically with slide 83. Knowing that we are going from 362 positions to 479 positions being funded by this referendum causes me great concern. I believe the voters, and this is an individual board member, but I believe the voters' intention of the referendum, when you talk to any voter about it, it's about PE and art and music and safe schools. Not one time do I hear them mention class size. Yet that's where the crux of this money is coming from, and or being used for. And I also understand that we as a board chose to put in paraprofessionals again into the staffing plan, and I know that that's a huge portion of this. But from a cost perspective, it's not as big of a portion as even all the classroom teachers that are in this referendum funding here for class size reduction. I have, as an individual board member, significant concerns about us continuing to put in a funding source known as the referendum that is a gift we're receiving from Marion County taxpayers for 4 years, that we are continuing to put recurring expenses there. I will continue to say that while I understand PE and art and music are there, and I know that there are only a handful of teachers, but physical education is a requirement, a state mandate. The fact that we are funding PE teachers out of the referendum honestly, I know that we have the ability to do so, but that is also a requirement, as class size has been. So we've continued to allow this to be our piggy bank in our savings account that we're using to fund things that also are state mandated. And so I just continue to have heartburn over the full numbers that we're seeing. And I know some of this is based on the staffing plan that this board approved, and I understand that. I understand we have a balanced budget before us, but I'm just expressing my own personal opinion. I am struggling significantly with knowing we're adding more than 100 positions to this referendum, and they're predominantly in our elementary schools, because that's where all these class size folks are. I mean, if you look, that's all of the staffing is all in elementary school, and that's fine. We have significant issues there. But we have other areas where we could be spending money in short-term bursts, new equipment for CTE programs, adding a whole new program and throwing $1 million at whatever that great might next thing be at whatever school we choose. And that's what I personally believe this referendum is needed for, because at some point, our taxpayers may say, we're done. You didn't figure it out. In the 12 years that you had this funding, we're done. And I don't want to be a part of a board that continues to perpetuate that cycle of knowing that we're continuing to add recurring expenses to a short-term funding source. So I don't know what the answer is. So I have to say that. I need to express my frustration without having a full picture answer. But I was hoping, as an individual board member, that this referendum budget would have included more of those short-term burst projects. Safe schools, we're putting our SROs there, okay? What other safe schools projects could we put in there that are short-term burst kinds of things that get us to a better place than we are right now? SROs are also required by law. Yes, we've put it in the referendum, but thinking long-term here, 3 years from now, if voters don't choose to put this back into place, where are we? And that's a $35 to $45 million shortfall that I'm struggling with right now, just sitting here looking at the numbers. So those are my frustrations. I'm sorry. I appreciate your hard work in bringing this to us. I really, really do. This has been a long presentation, but that's my concern about this referendum, is that we are using short-term money to fund long-term problems. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. And, you know, when this referendum was originally approved, it was a very different economic landscape back then. It was to restore art, music, PE, class size was new. Our school economy was decimated, and then we laid off all the first and second year teachers. And then at the very last second, I think they were called ARA funds back then, but then when we called the teachers to see if they would come back, a lot of them said, heck no, we're going to another county. So we've been dealing with the repercussions of that all this time. The good news is that the economy has recovered, so not only have we been able to restore, you know, art, music, PE, library, we've been able to enhance things as well. Well, who would have thought that we were going to need multi-millions of dollars to keep kids from shooting each other. You know, it's a whole new, it's a whole new world in education. And so we've had a lot of tough conversations today, and I'm glad that we have, because like you just said, Chair, you know, it's a finite amount of money for a likely infinite need. You know, I don't know that these needs are ever going to go away, you know, to be honest. And no matter how many ways we piece the pie, I don't know that it's going to look very well for our kids to ever not have this income. And thank God for the community, you know, that they continue to recognize that. So I look forward to the continued creative conversations and how we navigate through this, because the referendum itself has morphed through the years, which is a good thing. It's nice not to be in that financial disaster anymore. But, you know, how we use it going forward and how we forecast for the future to protect ourselves better is definitely a discussion to continue to have.
Ms. Thrower, if I may, the restoration in the elementary school, so we already have these teachers in the elementary school. So the restoration was putting another media specialist in a school or putting another PE teacher, because the general fund is affording that. And we probably should have provided that to you as well, because the ICROC asks for what's being funded by the general fund, what's being funded by ICROC. And we provide that quarterly to them to show that there is a music teacher being, and this is the second one, or whatever it was to restore, we are doing that. So maybe that's something we can bring back next week to provide to you as a handout.
Right. But as a historical point, I'm remembering that not every school had an art, music, and PE teacher.
Right.
They were sharing them.
Correct. A teacher was going 3 days to one school, 2 days to another. The next week it was reversed.
Yes.
So,
and
yes.
and when I think about all of the, you know, superintendent's art
right.
you know, exhibits and just everything that we've done with that money, I don't think anyone can dispute that it hasn't been amazing and something that we don't want to lose. We just have to figure out how to continue to fund it.
Right.
Ms. Conrad.
And I think even greater than, and then I'm probably getting ahead of the conversation, but even more than the referendum, we've got to move ESSER units back into general fund. And that's what I was hoping to do for the 23-24 year. And that's why I was up here pleading with you not to move forward with the increased units. Because in my mind, that's the priority. We've got to get those units, whether they're moved into a grant or whether they're moved into the general fund, because the fiscal cliff comes September 24. So, you know, we've made decisions that kind of got ahead of that, and that's why I stood here and I felt like I was begging you, don't approve this because of that. But we've made that decision, and probably in some cases, some of these individuals have already been hired. But again, Ms. Talbot Irving and I have been talking about this almost every day. You know, what are we going to do? And Dr. Gullett challenged us to change that, make sure we were supporting safe schools. And so we made adjustments to support safe schools. You also have to consider that these are teaching units that will be impacted by salary increases or benefit increases. So there is going to be an increase, whether it's in Title I, referendum, general fund operating. It's just how do we balance all of our needs with those finite dollars? But I knew it was going to come to this, but I just felt like you had to see it in order to understand what I was trying to share with you a couple of months ago.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, because it ties directly to what you were saying about requirements. If we are required to be teaching PE, if we are required to offer art and music, and, you know, we shouldn't have to be asking the community for the money for that. Same thing with career and technical education. You know, I'm grateful for the money that's coming our way because it shows that, you know, you put your money where your mouth is, right? So there's a lot to discuss moving forward on this. I'm grateful that we did what we did this year because we could, and we'll have to do what we have to do, and hopefully very creatively, so that we can maintain all of the great momentum that we have.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Boston-Ellis and your team, I just want to say thank you. So much work and dedication put into this presentation for us today. And I'm also very thankful to the community for the referendum dollars that we do see. And in this discussion, I know it was shared that a lot of money is put into elementary education. And just thinking back to kind of philosophically, you know, good instruction, and Dr. Gullett has talked a lot about good Tier 1 instruction. And pre-COVID, that looked like a small class setting with a certified teacher. And we didn't really struggle to fill positions with those requirements and with those, the setup. And so after COVID, we have struggled to fill those positions with smaller classes with certified teachers. And so now we're forced to reevaluate. How are we best going to serve our students? And is that going to look like adding 3 or 4 students to a 4th grade class? So we have 4 certified teachers instead of, you know, 5 teachers and 1 is not certified. And I get all that in the discussion, and I think that flexibility is great. But I just wanted to bring the conversation back around a little bit to organically where that came from. That, you know, pre-COVID, you wanted to have, you know, the smallest number of kids you could have. I wanted to have 18 students when I was teaching them to read, you know, and research has shown if we don't reach our students by 3rd grade, if we don't get them on grade level, then we can take that number and see how many prisons we need to build for our community. So it's a very important conversation, and I think there are a lot of creative ways to solve it, especially until we hopefully get through this teacher shortage, where we have more certified teachers to fill these positions, because it's challenging putting someone that maybe came from a different profession, you know, and putting them in front of a group of kids to teach standards to. So I just wanted to share that as perspective. I do agree with the board that there needs to be some flexibility at this point, so we can best meet the needs of our students. And listening to families, you know, out in the community, they are struggling also with their children being in classrooms that don't have certified teachers, or they have a new sub teaching English every 9 weeks, you know, so there's not that fidelity there, there's not that commitment. So there are definitely, I think, some better ways to address this. It saddens me that we're in the predicament that we're in. So with that, I did have a couple clarifying questions about the presentation. On slide 83, no, is that it? 82, sorry, Ms. Boston-Ellis. So we've got funding that comes out for our charter schools?
Yes.
Okay, that's the last column.
Yes.
The second to last column is safe schools, and I apologize if you have shared this before, but do we pay also for the SROs that are at our charter schools, or the charter schools pay for them?
No, they pay for their SRO or guardian. They are responsible. We just have to provide them their portion of the allocation of safe schools.
Thank you. That was just a question I couldn't remember.
I think Mr. McFadden helped them identify what they needed to do, but they are responsible.
Okay, for hiring. Okay, very good. And my last question is just something that is close to my heart. I think it's slide 95. We're looking at, Sorry, I'm moving slow here, and at the end of the day, Ms. Boston Ellis.
Me too.
Looking at our library books and the budget that we have for that, I'm just going to share with all that we just went through with books and the struggle for our teachers to have classroom libraries that are approved by the media specialist. I'm just sharing that I would love to see that increased so that our teachers had classroom libraries that were approved by the media specialist, or that the media specialist had more books to share, because that's what it's boiled down to. Our teachers are going to the media, to the library to get books that have been approved so they can have them in their classroom for kids to read, because the process is extremely tedious. So I'm just sharing that as something to think about as we look at this budget and maybe having some funding as we rearrange things, that would be a great place to add a little funding to.
So this is in addition to what it is, I think there's a media allocation in the regular general fund, and this is additional.
So this is a supplement for?
Yes, but I don't know what that amount is, and I'll find out what that is. But there, as a part of the instructional materials, there's a science allocation as well as media allocation, but I'll get that.
Okay, I'd like that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments on all that we've heard from Ms. Boston Ellis today?
Madam Chair, I would like to make a comment if I could. Wanted to hear everyone's feedback, and I appreciate board members, especially as it pertains to funding with the referendum and the ESSER dollars. I'm going to go back to where I started this morning, some hours ago. I made a comment then that is very pertinent now about research being very clear on effective teachers in front of our students. It is very clear. There are some parameters around class size, but it is about an effective teacher. You notice I didn't even say a certificated teacher, I said an effective teacher. And so that will continue to be the priority. It has to be the priority. We know that we have challenges with our workforce and finding qualified, certified teachers. And I think that will continue for some time based upon the traditional routes of teacher preparation programs coming into our school districts. So having flexibility is really important. I have, in addition to tasking the team with prioritizing safety, it is also about thinking differently about how we deliver instruction aligned with research to improve our outcomes for student learning. And that is about effective teaching. So yes, this budget represents what the board asked for with additional allocations and other positions, which is why those numbers are different, but it has to be about the teaching. The other comment I'd like to make is my belief that the voters also approved the referendum, renewed it because of safety. And I do believe, Board Chair, to your point about CTE, we're desperately trying to increase. I know Board, you will all support this. Our pathways, as you hear Project Lead the Way keep coming up, we're starting these programs like SPAR and others where we're creating pathways from our earliest grades, and Space Camp and all of these other programs that are leading our students to practical knowledge that will help ensure their success and their ability to go directly into the workforce when they graduate. We had some work to do with that. We had some great pockets of that, but we needed to be much more strategic. We needed to be really solid in the flow through of students and their progression of knowledge. And I believe that the community wants that as well. And so I think that's another reason they supported this need. So flexibility and adjustments where needed, I think, are going to be essential, and that's an honest conversation we have to have. So we have to have a balanced budget, and we have to be agile and adapt to the needs of our community, because things are different, as you said, Board Member Conrad, from before the pandemic. I don't keep talking about the pandemic, but none of us like to do that, but we need to adapt, and we need to meet our students to improve outcomes. And Finally, with regard to the dollars and the allocation for effective teaching is about that core instruction, about our foundational information, literacy you've heard about today, and what we're doing in curriculum instruction to ensure our students have that, and that can't be done without high-quality teaching. So I appreciate your understanding and flexibility as we work to adapt and adjust. We'd like to have it all. I think we all want everything, but we can't. And so we have to prioritize research-based practices, biggest return on investment for our students. And that lies at the school level, in each school with doing what's best for the students based on the staff that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. And if there's no further comment from the board, I'm going to just say thank you again to Ms. Boston-Ellis. I know we'll be seeing you several more times over the course of the next couple of days and weeks, but thank you so much to you and your team. Is there any public comment on our tentative budget that we've heard today? Seeing and hearing none, thank you again, Ms. Boston-Ellis. I'm sure we will be in contact again soon. Okay, with that, that was the last agenda item on our board work session today. We'll move into comments and concerns. Ms. Martinez-Lopez, anything from the board services?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Powers, anything from legal?
Just that for our upcoming session on August 11th with the County Commission, there are going to be additional needs. I've been in contact with Mr. Minter there regarding the our Benish study representative, and so I've directed that we're contacting them, trying to get some additional information, and we'll see where we go from there regarding tiering. So otherwise, I have submitted a ordinance which takes into account the definitional sections and other edits that legally Mr. Minter and I agreed need to be made. So at some point we will want to have continued board discussion on that, and I'll try to have together what information we have by our next board meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Dr. Gullett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long day, board. I appreciate your input as always, and deep commitment to asking those questions and having honest conversation about what we need to do for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James?
I don't have any further comment. Thank everyone for their work today.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad?
I just have a real quick comment. There was a common theme I felt that ran throughout this very long day, and it was cooperation and collaboration. And before I sat on the board, I sat in the audience for quite a long time, and I did not hear those words. And I'm excited about our district moving forward and all the great things that we heard today. I'm excited about the openness and the flexibility of the board and the team of people that we work with in the district. And so I just leave today feeling very grateful that our district is moving forward after some difficult times. So thanks all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. I do have just a handful of quick things. Board, we did receive the email yesterday from the Florida School Board Association asking about our legislative platform recommendations. So I've asked that in our next work session, which is in 2 weeks from today, that platform conversation will be a part of that, because that will be our only work session that we can have to get ready for the legislative delegation meeting, which is September 13th. So come in 2 weeks, prepared to have at least some conversation about that. We have set our meeting date for November 8th in Tallahassee with legislators, and so Ms. Martinez-Lopez has communicated with us about that. Also, she's communicating with us about the ICROC, because the review committee for the referendum, independent review committee, did finish up their term of sorts, but we had low participation in the last couple of sessions. So we are on a cycle to begin again. And so we'll all need to make our recommendations of the 2 individuals plus 1 alternate for the incoming referendum. And I believe their first meeting will be sometime in October. But Ms. Martinez-Lopez is going to be communicating with each board member about how we can get that moving forward. And then just as a point of note, I know Attorney Powers mentioned something about the August 11th meeting. We potentially will have an additional question that comes up that day that this board has not had conversation about collectively. And if the question arises about sales tax, My response, and I wanted to share this with you all if you all agree, my response will be that is not a conversation that the school board has yet come to consensus on. Today's conversation is about impact fees. So that's going to be my response. I do believe the conversation, that there will be questions and that there will be an opportunity for us to comment, but I believe that should be our comment. And if you are in agreement, that will be how we portray ourselves during the sales tax question.
I'm in complete agreement. The conversation should stay focused on impact fees until we solve that problem, and then we can move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to put that out there because I think it potentially could come up, and this is a good time to just share that. Okay, perfect. Well, with that, I have nothing else. There may be a few things that will have come to us in the board meeting. So following some of our general business of the board meeting on Tuesday evening, some of these things might come back to us that we might need to have additional conversation, perhaps some things from Attorney Powers and the Benesh conversation and so forth. But beyond that, I think that's it. So I appreciate all the hard work of everyone today, those that have stayed with us all this time, and all the work that we've put forth today. It's a lot of hard work. It's a long day, but it's all important. So with that, we are going to adjourn our work session at 3:15 p.m. Thank you.